If he's absent, Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee. Is there anybody from Public Debt? Yes, Makalimulu. Can you lay your paper? As Makalimulu organizes himself, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. Chairman.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Speaker, sorry.
Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June 2023. Report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations 2023, legal notice number 58 of 2023. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we've just concluded the report. Kindly indulge me for a short while. They are binding from today's sitting.
I don't want you to disrupt business when we start. Do you want to lay tomorrow morning? So you have to do it?
So I have to do it today.
How much time do you require?
Another 20 minutes or so.
20 minutes.
As we finish the procedural motions, possibly I will come over to you, sir.
Okay. Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee. Makalimulu, you appear to have two papers.
Yes.
To lay.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are in the same situation with the chair with the JLAC, that we've just been sitting up to one. The clerks are sorting out the matter.
Okay, organize yourselves, have your documents in the next 10 minutes. We go back to the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. Wapi Nelson Koech. Are you ready to lay your paper? Give him the microphone. Give him the mic.
Apologies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its participation at the 36th Ordinary Session of the African Union held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, from 14th to 20th of February 2023.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
John Kiarie. Honorable John Kiarie, member for Dagoretti South. The Honorable Abdul Haro, Mandera South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, any member, any chairman or chairperson who has documents to lay on the table or a notice of motion to place before the House, we will not, as a chair, entertain requests that give me 10 minutes, I'm stuck in traffic. Every member here came through traffic. And you must know that the House starts at 2:30. If you are laying any documents, it's always among the first orders. If you have notices of motion, it's always among the first orders. So if you miss the train, you miss the opportunity as well.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That aware that the Constitution recognizes the people's respect for the environment as the country's heritage and the commitment to sustaining the environment for future generations. Further aware that the cyclic drought in the country has caused devastating effects and serious disruption to the economy, recognizing that climate change is a global problem with developing countries being the most affected, as these regions are dependent on climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture and forestry. Further recognizing that the severe effects of climate change are already being experienced in the form of frequent droughts, flooding, and other extreme weather occurrences. Concerned that the current climate change monitoring mechanisms in the country are based on traditional methods which rely on ground observations and climate models which have limitations in terms of accuracy, timeliness, and spatial coverage. Noting that the country recently launched its first operational satellite to collect and transmit high-quality data. Further noting that this technology can help in accurately monitoring and forecasting climatic and weather patterns, cognizant of the fact that other jurisdictions have made use of this technology to monitor climate change with marked positive impacts, appreciating that the use of technology, especially satellite technology, would allow enhanced monitoring that can have significant impact on sustainable environmental management. Further, appreciating that this technology would be useful in monitoring difficult to reach, expansive, and unsafe areas. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry develops a policy on it that deploys for the use of satellites in the monitoring and forecasting of climatic conditions with the objective of ensuring timely and accurate data collection to enhance the country's capacity to respond to weather-related risks and vulnerabilities, including climate change. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Not yet. Departmental Committee on Environment and Forestry.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 21st June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, Subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, approves the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Of the Minamata Convention on Mercury.
Over Kenya shillings 1 billion. Just 2 days later, on the night of Tuesday, 13th June 2023, Mutindwa Market in Embakasi West constituency also went up in flames. In the Mutindwa incident, Mr. Speaker, more than 800 traders lost property and stock worth a total of over Kenya shillings 100 million was destroyed. It is not far-fetched to fear that given this pattern, other markets in Nairobi will soon be next. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is estimated that about 200,000 tons of second-hand clothes are imported into the country annually. Gikomba market alone is reputed to generate nearly 300 million a month and almost Kenya shillings 4 billion annually. When you spread this out into all the other markets across Nairobi, you have a multi-billion shilling informal industry that not only sells clothes, but also many other items relevant to the common mwananchi. Essentially, this industry remains a huge employer of the Nairobi County masses, creating livelihoods for millions of families. Mr. Speaker, sir, we, however, have had to contend with the cancer of arson targeting these markets for a very long time now. In the last 10 years alone, there have been at least 20 fires in Nairobi markets. Part of the problem is that populist politics shadows the path to real solutions because politicians and government officials have formed the habit of giving long speeches, donating food and building materials to victims, then moving on until the next fire. It is my considered opinion that the root cause of these fires must be urgently addressed and perpetrators brought to book once and for all. Otherwise, these fires stand to destroy a critical economic base of the poor and struggling Nairobi traders. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have seen how the police can act decisively when dealing with an issue they choose to, such as the recent Azimio protests. We are also aware that we have a very robust intelligence gathering institution in the form of the National Intelligence Service. There is therefore no excuse on the failure to arrest and prosecute those responsible for these economic crimes. I wish to add that citizens in this country are currently grappling with a myriad of issues, including income losses, high cost of essential goods, and a difficult business environment caused by high taxation and a weak shilling. To add that to arson, or to add arson to that, targeting the property of small businesses is the highest form of insensitivity. In no uncertain terms, this is economic genocide. Mr. Speaker, I would therefore like the relevant authorities to guarantee the following. Number one, that security will be enhanced in Gikomba market and other markets in Nairobi to avoid the arsonists targeting it next. The Nairobi City County Government and the Kenya Police Service must now post permanent security at Gikomba, Toi, and Mutindwa and all major markets within the city to safeguard the businesses and guarantee the incomes of thousands of people who rely on these markets. Number two, that the governor of Nairobi must, as a matter of urgency, state the plans he has put in place to ensure firefighting equipment is available near these markets. He is on record for having promised to build a fire station inside Gikomba market, a promise that has not been kept to date. The nearest fire station to all these markets is the one in the CBD, which constantly reports lack of water and or malfunctioning equipment, rendering it
adjournment of the House today, Tuesday, 20th June 2023, be reached before conclusion of the business appearing under order number 10 of today's order paper, being Committee of the whole House on the Finance Bill 2023. The sitting of the House shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. If those of the contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, procedural motion, resolution to hold a sitting on Thursday morning.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Again, Honorable Speaker, this is the one I had gone to earlier. That I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 22nd June 2023, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering the Finance Bill 2023 and other priority budget-related businesses should we not be able to conclude the business of Finance Bill today. Honorable Speaker, this, as I mentioned, will accord the House time to conclude with all the stages of the following bills: the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 16 of 2023, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2023, and 3, the Supplementary 2 Appropriations Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, those who are here in the morning will appreciate that the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Budget Committee did table their report, and we have been able to go through all these 3 motions this morning, and they have been approved by the House. Honorable Speaker, it is important that we go to the next stages tomorrow, as we indicated yesterday and as agreed in the House Business Committee. These being finance-related bills have timelines which we need to, which have deadlines that we need to beat, Honorable Speaker. And with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, this again being a procedural motion, I want to ask the Honorable Member for Samburu County, the indomitable woman representative Samburu County, Pauline Languris, to second.
Pauline, the mic is next to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Order, honorable members. I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33B, this House resolved to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, June 22nd, 2023, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering the Finance Bill 2023 and other priority budget-related businesses. We'll now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, June 22nd, 2023, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering the Finance Bill 2023 and other priority budget-related businesses. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I'll go back to order number 5 and allow the chair of JLAC to lay your paper on the table.
And also move the gift notice.
That's a different order.
Oh,
lay the paper first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the vetting of Ms. Salome Wairimo Muya-Bianco for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Makale Mulu, are you ready now? So we go now to order number 6, member for Dagoretti South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your magnanimity. And it is not my habit to be late. I was out on a Speaker's sanctioned mission for a caucus that belongs to this House. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. And this is about the establishment of a science museum in Kenya. That aware that Article 11(2)(b) of the Constitution provides that the government shall recognize the role of science and indigenous technologies in the development of the nation, further aware that the Vision 2030 provides for the integration of information, communication, and technology in the country's transformation agenda, and concerned that there exists no science museum for consolidation of indigenous scientific and technological innovations, training, research purposes in the whole East African region, appreciating that integration of science technology would greatly enhance Kenya's economic and societal success, noting that there is potential for growth in the technology sector by establishing a science museum, further noting that the informal science education plays a key role in the progression of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, commonly known as STEM, acknowledging that science museums operate as the nexus between science practitioners, policymakers, and the public, cognizant of the fact that a science museum in the country would greatly impact on the economy of the country in the quest to become an industrialized nation. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government, through the relevant ministry, establishes and operationalizes a science museum in this country. Mr. Speaker, I signed this on the 8th of June 2023, and I'd also like to note that there is a delegation from Dagoretti South constituency. Ndurarwa Secondary School is in the House, a school that was built out of the CDF, the NGCDF of Dagoretti South constituency. I appreciate, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kiarie. Honorable Makali Mulu, your matter will be stayed to tomorrow. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following schools: Moi Amalo High School, Kuresoi South, Nakuru; GSU Primary School, Juja, Kiambu; Malewa High School, Kipipiri, Nyandarua; Ndiuni Primary School, Taraka, Taraka Nithi; Public researchers from Moiben, Moiben Uasin Gishu. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Majority Leader and Minority Leader, can you approach the chair? Majority Leader, Minority Leader, can you approach the chair? Yeah? Oh, so I'll give you. Thank you. Yes. Order, honorable members. Honorable Murugara at order number 6.
Order number 6. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to move this motion that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services, laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b of the Constitution and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, approves the appointment of Ms. Salome Wairimu Muhia Biako as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Murugara. Honorable members, we're going to order number 10. Order. Order, honorable members, we're going to order number 10. Allow me to salute the House for your tremendous industry and great conduct yesterday, where you went through many clauses of the finance bill. And as we did say yesterday, we are moving into the committee now. You have resolved as a House that you will sit up to the end of the day. The end of the day means midnight. And if close to midnight you call for a division, you will sit as long as the division subsists and finish only when you finish with it. So we'll, yes, Ndombi? Where is Honorable Makali Mulu before we go into the committee for him to lay his document? Or a member of the Public Debt Committee? The matter is supposed to come up tomorrow, so we don't want to lock them out. A member of the Public Debt Committee? Can you pass the document to Omboko Milemba to lay the document and give notice of motion? And do it in the shortest time possible. In case the brief is too heavy, Makari has come.
Okay.
Yes. You can pass on to him if you wish.
He's a leader, so let me pass it over to him. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sergeant, can you pass those documents to Honorable Makali Mulu? Makali Mulu, you are always known to be more organized than you are displaying today. So go to order number 5 and lay your papers.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I really want to apologize for this mix-up because we had to get the document signed. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June, 2023. Report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Service expenditures under the financial year 2023-2024 budget estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
No, it's much more than that.
That's what I have.
It's much more than that. You are supposed to lay what you have said, then Public Finance Management Amendment Bill.
That has not yet come.
Then you have another report on the Public Debt and Privatization Committee. Do you have that?
Okay, Honorable Speaker, number 2, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June, 2023. Report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Makali. We'll now go to order number 6 and give your notices of motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and the Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Services expenditures under the financial year 2023-2024 budget estimates laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 21st June 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Public Finance Management in brackets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makali Mulu. Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, will you be upstanding? We'll now go into the continuation of the business that we stopped this morning on the Committee of the Whole.
Order, members. Order, members. We are now continuing with the Committee of the Whole House. We reached clause 24 yesterday. Today we are doing from clause 25. Some ground rules. We did the debate in second reading. I will indulge some debate on some clauses, a maximum of 2 minutes per member, and we will keep it at the minimum. Order, members. We are starting with clause 25. Five, eh? Order members, clause 25.
Clause 25.
We do 24. Order members, Honorable Jared, we exhausted clause 24 yesterday. We are not going back to clause 24. We are going to clause 25.
Clause 25.
Order members, I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
There's an amendment
by the chair. Order members, I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. Mover. It's a committee, eh?
Just before we went into another meeting. That is not only affecting you, it's affecting like 16 other members.
Okay, I'm informed clause 26 has no amendments. So I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
Clause 27 has no amendment. I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We'll now move to new clauses, clerk.
New clauses 17A and new clauses 21A.
Chair Finance, approach the chair.
But that means we skipped a lot of new clauses yesterday. We did not add in a new clause 17.
That's where we are.
So we add clause 17.
And 21.
Okay. So I say I move that we add a new clause 17.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 17A be read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 17A be now read a second time. Order, members. If you're willing to speak to a certain clause, you put the intervention for order of the House. I will allow a few members. If you're not willing to speak on this clause, kindly withdraw your card.
Allow the chair to give the...
Mover.
Thank you, Chair. This new clause 17A is just adding a new word before manufacturing, refining, so that we incentivize not just manufacturers, but specifically manufacturers that are involved in those activities that include refining. So it's more of making sure that every manufacturer involved in this particular sector, in pharmaceutical, especially refining, is actually incentivized to enjoy this tax incentive being proposed by this new clause 17A. And that I move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Minority Leader, do you intend to speak on this one? If not, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, do you intend to speak on this one? All right. I now put the question that the new clause 17A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that new clause 17A be part of the bill.
There's further debate because you can call being read as a...
Member for Yatta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to know what is wrong with the current, the way the clause is stated currently. What has prompted the Chair for Finance to introduce a new clause? Can you provide clarity to that before we move to other new clauses? Thanks. Before we make it part of the bill.
Order, members. If you listen to the mover, he had actually given that background on that clause. So I will now put the question that the new clause 17A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. 21. New clause.
New clause 21A.
Mover.
21A, right? Honorable Chair, I beg to move that a new clause 21A be read a second time. I beg to move. Oh, yeah. So I explain at this stage. Okay. Honorable Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, just when you move for good order and for everyone to follow, explain briefly what the clause is about.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, Section 113 of the Income Tax Act is being amended by providing an extension of capital expenditure to extend the period which was given to capital expenditure for the construction of bulk grain handling facilities supporting the standard gauge railway in the Business Laws Amendment Act of 2020. Honorable Chair, these are some of the amendments that we keep doing to particular clauses that end up affecting particular sectors, and when during public participation we tried to accommodate as many of those views so that we make our business environment predictable, so that an incentive that was forwarded to a particular business 2 years ago does not get to be taken away from them a few months later when they have made a huge investment in that particular sector.
Thank you. I will propose the question that the new clause 21A be now read a second time. Member for Seme.
Chair, I think what the chair has done is still not adequate. This is a new clause. It should actually be read. The chair should explain the import of it and what it means. So I think a new clause is different from just another amendment. This is a completely new thing, and members need to know the rationale behind it and what it means, so that we can actually contribute effectively. Yeah, and you then we read the current one as well.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I am hearing the same question. Just read or expound, just briefly, in 2 minutes, what this clause is about.
I actually thought I did, but let me try again, Honorable Chair. So let me read the new clause, that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 21A, that the Income Tax Act is amended in section 133(6) by deleting the expression that refers to December 2023 and substituting therefore the expression that refers to December 2024. And I've said this particular clause is a capital expenditure incentive that is provided for construction of bulk grain handling facilities supporting the SGR. So this particular incentive was incentivized for this particular sector, but expiring in 31st of December 2023. Such huge investments would need to be given a longer duration of time, so that those capital incentives actually do make sense to this particular businesses, because they involve a very huge cash flow. That is why the proposal is to extend the expiry date of this particular incentive from 31st of December 2023 to the 31st of December 2024. And with that, I hope that's now clear, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I think the chair has explained the issue on the clause. I will now put the question that the new clause 21A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clause 21A be part of the bill. At this point, this clause, members, and Honorable Njikal, I know you know this process. We still have a point where you can come in at this point, because we have a debate during second reading of the clause and at this point. So if you have something to say, these are your opportunity to do it.
Chair, for my explanation, it means now we have had it is a new clause. What we have done is first reading. We're going to have a second reading of this clause.
This is a second reading.
So, yeah.
If you listen clearly, member for Seme, the clause was read a second time. That is how far we have gone.
Yes.
Yes. Now
we can debate it, and that's what we want to do.
Yes. Is that clear?
It's clear, and now I'm continuing to debate.
Maximum of 2 minutes.
Yes, Chair. This sounds a good thing, that if you give this exemption or this facility, then it will have to give it again and again. But as far as we know, with the standard gauge railways, we really need to know what is the plan. If you're now going to give a longer exemption for standard gauge railways, then you really have to tell us what the plan for standard gauge railways is, because as we know now, it is actually not progressing. So why are we extending? Chair.
Thank you, member for Seme. Member for Kathiani.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my concern is that the committee, through the Chair, is providing incentives, Madam Chair. And this incentive is being given, in his own words, to those that have very big businesses. Madam Speaker, and I'm concerned because he continuously also increases taxes on those that are not doing well. On one hand, you are raising those big business people. On the other hand, you want to kill the hustlers. Madam Speaker, I think this is something we need to oppose, so that if you want to give incentives to the hustlers.
Thank you, member for Kathiani. We will get to the vote. Chairman, please put this to rest. Same issues.
Honorable Chair, and perhaps the way I did explain may have been misinterpreted. So what the committee endeavored to do is, and you'll find this in the next amendments that you're going to propose. If, for example, a particular product was tax exempt last year, and we're now taking it to zero rating this particular year, we made sure that they remained exempt, they remained zero rated, for example. If, for example, we're saying that this particular incentive are provided to this particular sector, where we even had agreements being done between a particular ministry between government of Kenya and a particular sector, then we actually just extended that particular duration. So this particular amendment is just extending the duration of expiry of that. And you actually find that, and it's good that my good friend, the Honorable MP for Kathiani actually did mention, is that the same thing we'll be doing to the amnesty that we are doing to fines and penalties to taxpayers. We actually found that the incentive that were being provided were expiring last year, so when you find me moving that proposal later to continue extending that amnesty to another year. So this is nothing unprocedural. This is just to make sure that we have as much a predictable tax environment in our country as it is equitably possible.
What is your point of order, Honorable Jared?
I thank you, Madam Chair. I think it is an issue of conundrum from the Chair, because I'm perplexed that this did not emanate from the Treasury or from the Ministry itself, and it has come as a proposal by the committee. So whose interest is the committee serving, Madam Chair? Unless we are lobbyists in this House, that there are people out there telling us what to do, then we infuse them into such a serious bill from Treasury. I mean, we need an explanation. If the ministry did not have it as a proposal, where did it come from, Madam Chair?
Order, members. I still insist that we are not at the second reading, but I'll give the Chair to clarify on the question raised by Honorable Jared.
Thank you, Chair. And every amendment that you find in this particular clause, and I did explain this yesterday, that we have had concurrence with the National Treasury, including discussions we had even this morning, because every amendment that you see in this particular bill, they being proposals, it being a money bill, have a financial implication. And therefore, I cannot come here and move an amendment or additional clause to something that has a critical financial implication without full consultation with Treasury. So I want to assure the honourable member that this has been widely consulted.
Well said, Chairman. I now put the question that the new clause 21A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
The Value Added Tax Act, clause 28.
All right, I am told clause 28 has no amendments, but now I hear you. I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 28...
It is not one of those. It was under 114.
So if we are... Okay, members, order, members. I know there is special interest on clause 28, but we are actually not having any amendment that is on record. So, order, members, order, members, order, members. This was not the one of the ones that were allowed by the Speaker, but we have consulted and we will allow a small window for debate on clause 28. Before I put the question, I'll give a few people, and I will start with member for Mathare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Even though this was one of the exempt, the non-exempt ones, Madam Speaker, this touches on the fuel levy, and it is a 100% increment on fuel levy and petroleum products, Madam Speaker, this will have an effect on the manufacturing industry, the cost of transport, cost of electricity, and generally place the Kenyans who are already suffering in very precarious situation in terms of their daily life. Madam Speaker, this clause should be dropped.
Other members, I want to note this is an exemption. I'm going to give 3 more members, and I will start with member for Embakasi West.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as elected leaders and in politics, there's a principle of reciprocity, that the people trust us with leadership, and in return, Honorable Chair, we must represent their interests. Honorable Chair, when we don't do that as leaders, the people suffer. In this case, Honorable Chair, we've allowed the increase. The Kenya Kwanza government is proposing an increase in fuel that will amount to almost 13 shillings or even more in fuel. That increases the cost of living. The one thing that they always promised that would come down.
Order, member, 2 minutes is up. Please.
Honorable Chair, I don't think even a minute is over, sure.
It is.
I surely can't.
Order, members. I know there are members who had proposed some amendments and they were dropped because of Article 114. So I will give Honorable Makali Mulu. Honorable Makali Mulu, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I had proposed that we delete this clause. And basically, why I was saying that, Madam Chair, is because my intention was to retain VAT on fuel where it is now at 8% instead of pushing it to 16%. The reason for this, or the justification for this, Honorable Chairperson, was basically because anytime you increase VAT on fuel, Honorable Chair, you will affect issues of transportation, issues of manufacturing, issues of production, more so in the area of even agricultural productivity, and will even affect electricity, which is source of energy, Honorable Chair. So my feeling is that this is not the right time to increase this tax. So with those remarks, Honorable Chair, my wish is that we retain VAT on fuel at 8% as it is now. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Member for Likoni. The microphone, please. Honorable Mishi, songa kidogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I want to say it is good we retain the 8% rather than increasing it to 16%. Madam Chair, the cost of living is very high. And if you increase the 16%, it means the cost of production is going to be very high. And if the cost of production is going to be high, also it is going to affect agriculture, because agriculture depends on machinery, and the machinery depends on petrol and diesel power, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, also the cost of transportation is going to be high. Right now, Kenyans cannot even afford to pay the fares from where they are to the working place and even to schools. So when you increase to 16%, it means the cost of living is going to be very high, because unga is going to be high, rice is going to be high, cooking fat is going to be high, and everything is going to be high. We are tired as Kenyans, and Kenyans are angry. They don't have money. Madam Chair, I beg my colleagues to be objective leaders and reject this amendment and return it to 8%. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
I would like to, first of all, give the Chair of Budget 2 minutes. Member for Kiharu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I, of course, rise to agree with the Honorable Chair for Finance Honorable Chair, in the year 2023-2024, we have allocated Kenya shillings 25 billion that is going to the fuel subsidy that was promised but was never paid. Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated Kenya shillings 250 billion that will be going into our roads. Honorable Speaker, I would request the other honorable members that may not agree with the amendment from the chair that they give us other revenue measures. Because, Honorable Speaker, you cannot have your cake and eat it. If you want development, and especially in terms of roads, this money has to come from somewhere, and that is the reason, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Junet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, please. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, this is the most offensive clause in this bill, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when you increase VAT on fuel to 16% from 8%, that is one thing that is going to make life very expensive for Kenyans. Madam Chair, I remember very well when we were campaigning last election, Kenya Kwanza told us when they were launching their plan that the problem with fuel is taxation. We are going to look into taxation and we are going to reduce taxes on fuel. Now today, this afternoon, in a broad daylight, on the 22nd of June, they are telling us to increase taxes on fuel. What a paradox it is, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let us agree on this one. We must remove this VAT on the fuel. Otherwise, I promise you there will be a revolution in this country if this one passes. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. There will be a revolution in this country.
Order, members. Order. Just sit down. Just sit down. Order, members. Order, members. Is that microphone better? Thank you. Order, members. If we agree to take 2 minutes, so many of you will speak. Just have your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. Member for Kisii.
Hold on. It's my turn. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this time. When we talk of fuel to cost double what it is now, that means even the agenda for Kenya Kwanza will not thrive. The country is already poor. It can't thrive. Let me tell you, the more you get, the more you shout, the more you open your mouth, the fact remains Kenya is poor. Order. But the borders are going to suffer.
Order. Order. Order, Honorable Toto. Lead. Order.
Hold on.
Leader majority.
Chair. You people, chair.
Order.
Out. Continue shout. Madam Chair.
Majority leader. Majority leader. Order, members. Honorable Muridania, order.
On a point of order. I'm helping you.
Majority leader.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
The leader of majority is on a point of order.
Honorable
Sit
Speaker,
down,
I am on a point of
Wanjala.
order, and I am sorry to interrupt.
Take your seats.
The member for Kisii County. But as Honorable Junet has said, this is one of the most important clauses in this bill. As CPM Badi says, it is the backbone of this bill. And we're in this house as a debating chamber, Honorable Speaker. And we all have our rights to speak and be heard by our constituents. I just want to beg from Honorable Speaker, I know it may not be practical for every one of us to speak to this clause, but it is only fair to ourselves as honorable members of the National Assembly to be seen by our constituents to be debating on facts and not shouting at each other. I want to plead, I want to beg both sides of the divide, please let us allow each other to be heard. Allow the member for Kisii to be heard. Even if you don't agree with what the member for Kisii is saying, wait for your opportunity to say yours, please.
Order. Order, members. Order. Order, members. If you shout, nobody will be heard. Honorable Toto, you had your 2 minutes. I am going to give the member for Homa Bay 2 minutes maximum. This one is Homa Bay County.
Yes.
Honorable Bensouda mwenyewe. Honorable Kaluma, please hold on.
I hold on.
No, go on. Go on, Honorable Bensouda.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I would like all of us to adhere to silence so that we are heard. And I support on this, the only thing I've ever supported, and I'm supporting on a statement that is positive from the majority leader, that we must keep quiet so that the Kenyans can listen to us, so that we debate objectively. On to the point. Kenya, in the first place, is a developing nation. We are not yet developed. I'm hearing noise.
Honorable Bensouda, I know you're a teacher, but for now, be the member for Homa Bay.
Yes, I'm given 2 minutes. I want to be very fast. Now, honorable members, we know that, hold on with your point of order. We know that the country is a developing nation. And when we are developing, we must be progressive in any issue that we do. I also agree that we cannot run this country without making strategies on approach. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, after we have taxed nearly everything, there is no need of pretending of executing and implementing a 16% taxation. Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you that this government talked about creation of employment to our youths. It is a very clear statement that most of us do not have employment opportunities, and the industry that must be supported, one which has been proposed by the Kisii woman representative, is the border. And border sector requires fuel. That is just one. Even the honorable members who are...
We have had you, honorable member for Githongori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to give my humble opinion on the issue of tax levy added on fuel, especially the VAT. Madam Speaker, we were in this house in 2018.
No, it's okay.
Those that are privileged to be here, you know from 2018 when we added tax on fuel, what happened to this economy. We are reaping from what we did. Madam Speaker, life is unbearable as we speak to our citizens of this republic. We cannot afford to add more levy on fuel because fuel is a catalyst of everything from production to marketing and to the welfare of the people. Madam Speaker, I want to be on record that right now our people are suffering and production, especially in our rural areas, is going to go to zero if we add tax on fuel. I therefore would want to say it very clearly here that if we want to revamp the economy of this country, adding tax on fuel is not the solution. The solution is empowering our farmers, our producers who normally produce crops that bring dollars into this country. We bring more dollars by selling more of our produce so that we can be able to subsidize on the government expenditure. And on that point, Madam Chair, I stand to refuse the addition of fuel levy tax on the...
Thank you. Thank you. Member for Igambangombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand here today. Kagombe, this is the big ngombe, you are the small ngombe still.
You're out of order. Honorable Patrick, you're out of order. You have 2 minutes maximum.
Madam Speaker, I stand here to support this amendment, this clause, Madam Speaker, because, Madam Speaker, listening at the hypocrisy that is in this house today. Because, Madam Speaker, we debated the budget in this house, Madam Speaker, I didn't hear the other side of the divide reject even a single clause of the budget. They supported how we'll have electricity, they supported how we'll have water, they supported how we'll do loans for this country, but when it comes to looking at ways of raising money for the same, Mr. Speaker, now we are opposed. Madam Speaker, I've heard our friends shout to the Speaker every day here that no CDF, no parliament. Every day they come here to shout no CDF, no parliament. There is no gain without pain. If we want CDF, then we must pay for it. If we want loans, like in my constituency, Madam Speaker, I have a number of loans that are stone today, Madam Speaker, that I wish to continue. So, Madam Speaker, I support, and this is progressive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, you will note we cannot all speak on this matter. But before I put the question, I will give Mbunge wa Kilifi, then I will give Honorable Kalasinga, then I will give Honorable Bowen, and we will close. Member for Kilifi, Honorable Mbeyu.
Asante mwenyekiti wa mkao. Bi mwenyekiti, nataka kuzungumzia kipengee hichi cha kuongezwa ushuru wa mafuta. Bi mwenyekiti, tusidanganyane. Roma haikujengwa mara moja. Naona Kenya Kwanza mwataka kujenga Roma kwa wakati mmoja. Hamwezi kuongeza ushuru wa mafuta 100% kutoka 8% mpaka 16%. Ulisikia wapi? Nyinyi ndio mliosema Kenya haina pesa. Kenya iko broke. Nyinyi mwenda kuongeza mafuta, bei ya mafuta mara 100%. Hawa mama mboga ambao wanaenda sokoni wataenda na mafuta ya gari gani waweze kujikimu? Hawa boda boda mlikuwa mnawazungumzia wataweza kufanya kazi zao vipi? Serikali msituchezee. Hii mafuta ushuru ubaki 8% au urudi 5 na si 16%. Tutawaramba na mtajua sisi ni kina nani. Hamuwezi kufanya Wakenya namna hii. Sio mliowaambia Wakenya mama mboga wanaenda sokoni kubeba mboga vipi na 16% ya mafuta.
Mheshimiwa Mbeyu, jumba hili lina mdahalo na ni kuongea, sio kutupiana maneno. Tujaribu sana kufuata kanuni zetu. Nampatia Mheshimiwa Kalasinga.
Oh, thank you very much. Madam Chair, this is the time now. This is the time now. Kenyans have gone on televisions watching us. This is the time now, Madam Chair, that this House here, Honorable, must make a decision that serves Kenyans outside there. Madam Chair, as I talk now, me as a person who comes from Western, we cannot grind and eat ugali grade 3 without oil in our portion meals. If we increase this, Madam Speaker, we shall paralyze our stomachs in Western Province. Madam Speaker, as I talk now, we have farmers in Rift Valley who uses tractors to plow their farms. If we increase fuel, they are watching us now on televisions. I want to give a warning to this House now. I can even plead and kneel down. But Kenyans must be given a freedom, and the freedom comes from here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to support the amendment, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and I want to say, Madam Chair, this clause, Madam Chair, I want to support the bill, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, the agreement, the reason as to why we have a fuel subsidy, Madam Chair.
This is not the first time this increment to 16% is before this House for the first time, Madam Chair. It's been there before. Madam Chair, this is the fuel subsidy. Was used by the Handshake brothers when they were giving out a fuel subsidy and they misused. Madam Chair, the government paid over 50 billion in terms of fuel subsidy. But this is the time we are saying, Madam Chair, if we have to achieve all the development we need, which is in the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, Madam Chair, we need to have the 16% and to stop the fuel subsidy, which has been misused by the last
Majority Whip.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I agree with several members that it is indeed true that this is a very emotive topic, especially when you talk about the increase of VAT on fuel. But again, to be fair, even as we bash the proposal to raise the 8% to 16%, we also need to be honest enough and inform the public that this thing was passed in the previous parliament and then deferred to this session. But be that as it may, Madam Chair, be that as it may, Chair, it is important for also the House to know that the government has taken measures, several measures to mitigate the challenge of the increase of the 8%. The escalating dollar has been mitigated through the G2G matters. The issues
Amboka, you will not shout.
Zero rating in terms of the farm inputs have been reviewed. So there are so many things that have been done. So
Majority Order. It will be one person at a time. Please take your seats. Honorable Amboka, what is out of order?
Honorable Chair, we are the 13th Parliament and we are here to look at issues as they come to us as fresh as they are. Is the Honorable Member in order to mislead the House that we are looking at a bill of the past Parliament when they have just presented this bill that is retrogressive, that the bill that is going to hurt Mwananchi, the bill that is going to hurt Boda Boda.
Honorable Amboka, that is a point of debate. Majority Whip, finalize.
Let me finalize by saying this. For clarity purposes, I'm talking about deferring. This issue was deferred from 2018 to this season. But be that as it may, Honorable Chair, hold on, Honorable Mbadi, be that as it may, the government has taken other mitigation measures to curb the challenge of the escalating. I mean, there are so many things. You guys want us to operate on subsidy. You guys want us to operate
members,
on...
if you're on your feet, I am not giving you. Member for nominated member, Badi, what is out of order?
Madam Chair, we all know that this House is a House of records, and it is a house where we must be factual and truthful. When the Majority Whip misleads the whole country, and the whole country is watching, that the last Parliament passed VAT on petroleum products at 16% and it was deferred, that is not correct. The last Parliament, if he has forgotten, rejected the 16%. We only allowed 8% after the President's memorandum. There is no deferment, and Madam Speaker, Madam Chair.
Order, member. Honorable Mbadi, you're debating. Member for Finance Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I know this issue has been extremely emotive. But I would like not to dwell in the politics, but look at this proposal from a finance perspective as we did. We have three types of VAT in this country. A product is either zero rated, tax exempted, or vatable. So for the vatable supplies, whether goods or services, all of them are at 16%, apart from fuel, which is at 8%. So what does that do for that particular sector? There's something we call input VAT and output VAT. So for all the players in this particular fuel sector, they pay input tax at 16%. But once they sell that fuel to the market, they sell it at 8%. So when they go to claim their VAT, they are always on a credit position. Let me finish. What therefore means, what it means to be on credit position, what it means, we heard you. Give me a minute to finish my argument. What it means to be on a credit position is that it is taxpayers' money that has been paying the remaining 8%, and that is a fact. So this 8% that you have been subsidizing by charging VAT on fuel at 8%, on for all the other supplies 16%, it means it is taxpayers' money that was paying this 8%. And this is what this proposal is curing. Members of the public told us, look at the other taxes that are composed this on fuel. And Honorable Chair, we looked at them. Honorable members of parliament who are here will know that the distributed equitably among all the 290 constituencies in this country to repair our maram roads. That is a fact. So we looked at what are the other taxes in fuel that we can reduce. And Honorable Chair, we looked at import declaration fee, what you call IDF. We have reduced that from 3.5% to 2.5%. We looked at railway development levy, and we have reduced that from 2% to 1.5%. And those are facts.
Wind up, Chair. Minority Leader.
Madam Chair, let me add my voice to this debate. And clearly, if by any chance this clause becomes part of the bill and the VAT on fuel is increased 16%, this will be the saddest day in the history of this country. Madam Chair, if there is one thing that is going to affect the common person, if there is one thing that is going to increase the cost of living in all aspects, it is this proposed increment on the VAT on fuel, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we all know for sure that fuel is a driver of our economy on all facets, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if there is one thing that this government should have done to the so-called hustler, was to cushion the hustler from an increment in the cost of fuel. Madam Chair, there is nowhere in the law where we are compelled to have a uniform rate of VAT on all products and services. VAT rates can vary, and they have varied before. Madam Chair, if there is a demonstration of the lack of interest in the welfare of the border, if there's a demonstration of the lack of interest in the welfare of the Mamamboga, it is this decision or attempt by the Kenya Kwanza government to increase VAT on fuel, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I can tell you, if by any chance, and God forbid, that this finance bill is passed and it becomes an act of parliament, that will mark the beginning of the fall of this regime. I can tell you. It will not take more.
Finally, Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, we should not be worried when others prophesy the beginning of the end of a regime, because we have seen many other prophecies before, including those from Shakahola. But Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true, as Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the member for Kilifi. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the member for Kilifi.
Leader of Majority, wind up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker was saying it is indeed true that a rise in VAT by 8% will occasion a rise in fuel prices, Honorable Speaker. But it must not be lost on us that without the G2G intervention on fuel prices, today, with the dollar trading at 140 shillings plus, the cost of fuel today without the necessary interventions done by this regime would be at a figure of about 210 plus shillings without the interventions that have been taken by government. True, Honorable Speaker, my second point. VAT, it is true what the leader of minority says. You can have varying rates of VAT, but it becomes problematic. Members are aware oil marketers in this country have taken advantage of the varying interest rates. The problem that we have with claims, VAT claims on input tax, is because of these varying interest rates, and that is a fact that you cannot dispute. 3, Honorable Speaker, our VAT rate at 16%, in the region where our country is a market leader and the strongest economy in this region, VAT in Kenya, even at 16%, is still the lowest. Uganda being at 18% on fuel. Our friends in Tanzania, Rwanda, also at 18%, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we did promise in the campaign that we will reduce taxes and reduction of taxes on fuel, Honorable Speaker.
Members.
It is true that there have been reductions on taxes on fuel. The chair has enumerated the railway development levy that has gone down. IDF has gone down. And those are taxes and levies on fuel, just as President William Ruto promised during the presidential debate, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Junet, what is out of order?
Madam Chair, is it in order that this is a House of Records and procedure and everything? Is it in order for the majority leader to mislead the House that fuel, the rate of VAT, your fuel in Uganda and Tanzania is higher than Kenya, when he knows very well that fuel is cheaper in Uganda and Tanzania by far, Madam Chair. By far, Madam Chair. When you know.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, you know I have tremendous respect for my friend and my brother, Honorable Junet. And that is why I endeavor to protect him, for people not to shout at him when he's speaking, because he has very good points. And indeed it is true. Fuel could be cheaper in Uganda and Tanzania. But look at the interventions there that include subsidies, the same subsidies that this government did away with at the beginning of this regime. Those subsidies, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from John Buddy, Honorable Speaker, and I don't know, Honorable Speaker, protect me from John Buddy, who is up on his feet.
Order, members. Majority Leader.
Thank you for your protection, Madam Speaker. I was saying, Honorable Speaker, the subsidies, and this is a truth that we must speak to our people. The subsidies that were in fuel before this regime came to power were costing taxpayers a whopping 16 billion shillings in a month. The level of debt we are talking about today is because of these subsidies, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, if we speak about what we have saved the people of Kenya, count the 16 billion shillings that we have saved hustlers from paying every month. Count the railway development levy.
Majority Leader, your time is up. I now put the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. Yes. We have ascertained we have the numbers for a division raised by the minority side. We will ring the bell for 10 minutes.
Should what am I excluded from saying?
You're just going to say what clause they are.
Presidential debate, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Junet, what is out of order?
The members of Parliament this afternoon are ready for voting on division on the finance bill on the clause on amending the value-added tax on the fuel levy by amending a clause that seeks to harmonize the VAT Act, the VAT on the fuel, which will double to 16%, should it be passed. Where VAT on fuel was reduced to 8% to give a reprieve for Kenyans in 2018. The bill that was brought by the Finance National Planning Committee seeks to reverse a decision made in 2018 where the VAT on fuel was reduced to 8% to give reprieve to Kenyans. Petroleum products are one of the most taxed commodities in the country, with 9 levies, including road maintenance levy, the excise duty, petroleum development levy, petroleum regulatory, railway development rates, anti-adulteration levy, the merchant shipping levy, and the contested VAP. The members of Parliament this afternoon, while amending the clauses, debated with the majority of members of Parliament supporting and some disputing the bill. Most of the members of Parliament raising reasons as to why the bill should pass or not should pass, with the leaders led by the majority leader of the National Assembly, Kimani Ichung'wah, supporting the bill, saying it was time Kenyans embrace the 16% VAT on the fuel. And those of the Azimio la Umoja saying that the bill would increase the cost of living in the country. The bill says that Section 5 of the Value Added Tax 2018 is amended in subsection 2 by deleting paragraph A and by deleting paragraph 2AB. The Section 8 of the Value Added Tax Act 2013 is amended in subsection 2 by deleting the words "not a registered person" and substituting therefore the words "a registered or unregistered persons." So currently the members of Parliament are preparing to vote with the chairperson having given them 10 minutes ahead of the voting. Members of Parliament, led by those of the majority and minority parties, supported their bills, and some opposing the bill, saying that the bill would cost Kenyans high cost of living. Some, led by the Member of Parliament for Likoni, saying that the bill would let cost of transportation for the border riders, the mama mbogas, and Kenyans at large, as they experience high cost of living, with the majority leader, Kimani Ichung'wah, saying that the bill, as currently, needs 16% to be added, since other countries of East Africa, led by Uganda and Tanzania, had already seen the bill getting to 18%. By amending a clause that this seeks to harmonize the VAT Act, the VAT on fuel will have to double to 16%, meaning that the price of fuel in the country will go up by more than 13 shillings a litre based on the current prices. And one of the reasons, according to them, is that the reasons the government is moving to remove the 8% could also mean to harmonize the VAT Act, which has two clusters, the zero rates and the 16%. Fuel is the only commodity, as per now, that is charged at 8%. This is the bill that had been brought to the House through the Finance National Planning Committee, seeking to reverse the decision that was made in 2018 by the former regime, where the VAT on fuel was reduced to 8% to give a reprieve to Kenyans. This means, by amending a clause, this seeks to harmonize the VAT Act, the VAT on fuel, which is going to increase to 16%. Petroleum products are one of the most taxed commodities in country, with a total of 9 levies, including those of road maintenance levy, excise tax, petroleum development levy, petroleum regulatory levy, the railway development levy rates, anti-adulteration levy, merchant shipping levy, and the contested VAT. On the screens, you can see members of Parliament from across the political divide consulting and with Sergeant at Arms are ready for the voting, which is expected to take place in maybe less than 4 minutes, as the chairperson said, already given 10 minutes for the members to prepare ahead of the vote. Remember, today members of Parliament, through the leader of majority, was seeking for more time to sit and to discuss the Finance Bill 2022-2023, with sittings extended from today this afternoon to 12:45.
Honorable Oundo, take your seat. Caleb Amisi, take your seat. Honorable Tindi Mwale, take your seat. Member Honorable Benzimba, take your seat. Other members, Honorable Manduku, take your seat. Honorable Gashagwa, take your seat. Honorable Amboka, take your seat. Other members, Ward Chief, take your seat. Member for Game, take your seat. Other members, honorable members, I wish to remind you about decorum during division. Standing orders number 76, part 4. During division, members shall maintain order in the House and shall be in their designated seats and must remain seated until the result is announced. Now, can the Sergeant at Arms close the door, draw the bars? The two sides, majority side and minority side, have nominated their tellers. I will also seek that they maintain order, no talking, no shouting from the tellers, only identify that a certain member has spoken. When you stand is when we are able to tell who you are. Every time your name is called, it will be called by alphabetical order following the constituency. Honorable Masara, take your seat. Order members. Teller. Clerk.
Chepkonga Kiprono Samuel. Lagat Benjamin Kipkurui. Ketanyi Marianne Jebet. Atandi Samuel Onunga.
Maintain order in the House. Honorable Marmwini, order.
Atandi Samuel Onunga.
Get him the microphone.
Owino John Walter.
Honorable members, Honorable Atandi, I can hear you from here. Take your vote.
Owino John Walter. Mrembo Irene Joki. Shurie Abdi Omar. Sergon Florence Jamatia.
Honorable Didmas, order. Take your seat.
Sergon Florence Jamatia. Kandie Joshua Chepiegon. Kipkoros Joseph Makilap. Cameron Charles. Koyesh Nelson.
Vote yes.
Innocent Obiri. Barongo Obadia. Momanyi Innocent Obiri.
Na barua nataka kusign urgently.
Barongo Obadia.
Nyuma inaweza patiano was. Inapeanwa ni moja tu.
Momanyi Innocent Obiri.
No.
Barongo Obadia.
Wanaume wapatie.
I'm voting no.
Alpha Miruka Ondieki. Lynette Chepkoril. Kilel Richard Cheriot. Yegon Richard Kipkemoy. Mamwacha Onjoke Charles.
Mpaka mic.
Kipele ingine wengine.
Ndio kieleweke.
Nataka kupangia.
Na upatie watu wengine.
Onjoke Charles.
No.
Ogola Gideon Ochanda.
Microphone. Me I vote yes.
Order members.
Osero Patrick Kibagendi.
Member for Sirisia, order. Member for Budalangi, order.
Osero Patrick Kibagendi.
I vote no.
Wanjala Raphael Sauti Bita.
We want the names of those voting for no or yes to appear tomorrow in the newspapers. I vote no.
Wamboka Nelson Wamboka.
To lower the cost of living, I, Wanami Wamboka, vote no.
Wambilianga Catherine Nanjala. Yakub Ado Kuno. Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Omanyo Catherine Nahabi. Mwale Nicholas Tindi. Oyula Joseph Maero.
I vote no. No. Yeah.
Oyula Joseph Maero.
I vote no.
Mwiridhania Rindikiri Mugambi. Kerema Moses Nguchine. Chibwa Omar Munyi.
Mheshimiwa mwenyekiti wa kikao hichi, I want to shame the devil. I'm voting no. I'm voting no for the benefit of doubt of those who didn't hear me. And I'm urging everybody.
Koech Victor Kimungetich. Koech Victor Kimungetich.
For better roads in my constituency, Chepalungu, I vote yes.
Barasa Patrick Simiu.
I vote no.
Biengo Paul Kibichi. Ntwiga Patrick Munene. Maalim Farah. Elachi Beatrice.
I vote no.
Waweru John Kiarie.
Madam Chair, noting that as a country we cannot continue postponing problems, noting that these are decisions that had been made many years back, noting that we can no longer kick this country to the back. Madam Speaker, I vote an affirmative yes.
Sirima Musa.
Order members, the standing orders are very clear. You rise in your place and you either vote yes, no, or abstain. Please do not give speeches, do not give justification. Just take your vote.
Sirma Musa. Welie Adan, Keinan. Caroline Jepto, Gelechei. Gadiru Benjamin. Ongili Babu Owino.
Thank you very much to save Kenyans from wallowing in the miasma of mediocrity, confusion, ignorance, and the larger shakahola. I vote no.
Gakuya James Mwangi.
I vote yes.
Mawathe Julius Musili.
Kwa huu msaada ambao unaongeza bei ya mafuta na petroli double, napiga la.
Mwenje Mark Samuel.
For the sake of hustlers, I vote no.
Double N Pamela Njokinjeru. Lelmegit Joseph Kipto. Omboko Milemba. Kipiegon Joanna. Pukose Robert. Yakubu Farasala. Oundo Wilberforce.
For the unflinching love of the people of Kenya, I vote no.
Haribaye Said Buya.
I vote no.
Tungule Charo Kenneth. Siad Amina Odgud. Baro Deko Mohammed. Guyo Ali Wario. Muriu Wakili Edward. Karuria Elijah Njore. Karuria Elijah Njore. Njoroge. Kagombe Gabriel. Odhiambo Elisha Ochieng.
I vote yes.
Gedenji Gishimu. Wanjera Mada Wangare. Wamushomba Gadoni.
I vote no.
Gimose Charles Gumini. Gimose Charles Gumini. Osogo Bensuda Joyce.
I don't need this one. I vote no.
Kalum
No.
George Peter.
I vote no.
Karido Kili Daniel.
Wandai, umesikia?
Ntoinaiba Julius Ntaituma. Mwiriki John Paul. Abdi Ali. Shinali Bernard Masaka.
No.
Bonaya Mumina Golo. Lomwa Joseph Samal.
Yes.
Lomwa Joseph Samal. Tubi Bidu Mohammed.
I vote no.
Badi Twalib. Badi Twalib. Dongo George Koimburi.
I vote yes.
Wamashukuru James Gidua. Obara Eve Akinyi.
I vote no.
Kalasinga Joseph Simiu Wekesa Majimbo.
For the sake of Mukuyuni, Chwele Nalondo and Luya, I vote no.
Titus Lote.
I vote yes.
Kimilu Joshua Kivinda. Sankaire Lea Sopiato. Kanchori Elijah
Honorable
Memus.
Emmanuel Wangwe, take your seat. It's division, take your seat.
I vote no.
Hamisi Kakuta Maimai.
For my great people of Kajiado East constituency, I vote no.
Nguro Onesimus Ngogoyo. Sakimba Parashina. Risa Sunkuya.
I vote yes.
Mohanda Elsie.
On behalf of the people of Kakamega, I vote no.
Katana Paul Kahindi.
Haraka. Kwa niaba
Mheshimiwa, tunakusikia.
Kwa niaba ya bodaboda na mama mboga kuongezewa ushuru wa mafuta, nasema la.
Hassan Abdi Yusuf. Hassan Abdi Yusuf.
Yes.
Jogona Chege. Makali John Okwisia. Kihungi Peter. Muli Fabian. Shumel Samuel Moroto. Sudi Oscar. Okwome Andrew Adipo.
I vote no.
Karauli Ronald Kamuiko. Were Charles Ongondo.
I vote no.
Mbui Robert. Korir Adams Kipsaina. Kipkoech Gideon Kimayu. Kemei Beatrice. Ruto Julius Kipleting. Wangaya Aseka.
I vote no.
Wanjiko John Jogona. Waidhaka John Machua. Murade Ann Wanjiko. Murada Ann Wanjiko. Orero Peter Ochieng. Mbalu Jessica.
I vote no.
Mutuse Mwengi. Wanaina Njoroge. Munyororo Joseph. Nyoro Samson Dindi. Ichungwa Kimani. Sunkuli Julius.
I vote no. I vote no.
Mwanyanje Gertrude.
Mbeyu Mwanyanje kwa mswada wa kuongeza ushuru wa mafuta kutoka 8 mpaka 16. Kwa watu wa Kilifi, mama mboga, bodaboda, I vote no. I vote no. Chair, I vote no.
Order members. Order members.
Baya Owen. Kitty Chonga. Ken Chonga. Zambia Kidua.
Of course, no.
Mutua Didmas Baraza. Bisau Kakai.
I vote no.
Rai Samuel.
I vote no.
Kwenya Dhuku.
I vote yes.
I vote yes.
I vote yes.
Order members. Clerk, call out Kinango again.
Rai Samuel Gonzi.
I vote yes.
Muhia Wanjiko. Chororot Joseph Kimtai. Kosgei Hillary.
To save the country from the deaths of Uhuru and Raila, I vote yes.
Maina Jane Jerry. Maina Jane Jerry. Gitari Joseph Gashoki. Berzimba Rashid Juma.
On behalf of Kisauni constituency, I vote no.
Aburi Donya Doris. Busia Ruth Odinga.
On behalf of the people of Kisumu and the suffering masses of Kenya, I say a big no.
Oron Joshua.
On behalf of Mama Mboga na Boda Boda, I vote no.
Ahmed Shakil Ahmed Shabir. Ahmed Shakir. Buyu Rosa Akin. Kasalu Irene Mudoni.
On behalf of people of Kitui, I vote no.
Mulu Makali.
Yeah, Kitui Central votes no.
Bai Nimrod Mbiduka. Boni David Mwalika.
On behalf of Kitui Rural people, I vote no.
Nyamai Rachel. Nyenze Edith.
On behalf of people of Kitui West and the suffering Kenyans, I vote no.
Mokaya Nyakundi. Kibagendi Anthony.
On behalf of the people of Kitutu Church South, I vote no. Osoro umesikia?
Gizairo Cliff. Gizairo Clive. Yegon Brighton. Brighton Yegon. Kiprono Mutai Alfred. Kiprono Mutai Alfred. Tonui Joseph Kipkoskei.
I vote yes.
Kemero Maisori Kitayama. Robbie Mathias Nyamabe.
I vote yes.
Masito Fatuma.
Allah.
On behalf of the people of Kwale, I vote no. Thank you.
Wanyonyi Ferdinand. Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdi. Mohammed Abdikadir Hussein. Kagiri Jane Wangesh. Kiunjuri Festus Mwangi. Korere Sara Paulata.
Kwa niaba ya Wakenya milioni 10 na kitu ambayo walitoka wakasema wanataka bottom up, I vote yes. Yani ndio.
Karani Stephen Washira.
I vote yes.
Lekuton Joseph.
Order members, maintain silence. Sit in your seats.
Lekuton Joseph.
I vote yes. Amesikia, ameona.
Marubu Monica Mudoni. Obo Rueda Mohammed. Mairuri Mudama Stanley.
I vote yes.
Jose Felix Odiwor. Kahangara Joseph Mboro. Mboko Mishi Juma.
To save Kenyans from high cost of living, the boda boda, the mamantilie, the mamamboga. I vote no!
Mugabe Innocent Maino. Chege John Kiragu.
I vote yes.
Akuja Protas. Oyugi Dick Maungu. Nabi Nabuera.
I vote no.
La!
Chiforomondo Mangale. Mukhwana Titus Hamala. Biuki Kareke. Kamene Joyce.
on behalf of the citizens of Kenya who cannot make ends meet, those that are suffering and those that are oppressed, I vote no.
Mule Caleb Mutiso.
I vote yes.
Kombe Harrison Garama.
Yeah.
Honorable Kamene, you're out of order.
Hello. I vote. Yeah. I vote no for the masses.
Omwera George Aladwa.
I vote no.
Kiamba Susan Ndunge. Mumo Rose Museo.
Asante. Hii ni mimba tunaweka wa Kenya tukitumia style mbaya. Makueni wamesema no, I vote no.
Injendi Moses Malulu. Injendi Moses Malulu. Nyazi Amina Lora.
Kwa niaba ya watu wa Malindi nasema la, na la yangu ni ya sasa mpaka kesho kwa Mungu tunakwenda kwa shtaki.
Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh.
Order, members. Maintain decorum until the end of the division. Order.
Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh. Sheikh Umul Ker Kasim. Abdurrahman Hussein Wetan Mohammed.
I vote no.
Haro Abdul Ibrahim. Yusuf Adan Haji.
Umesikika?
Yes.
Mukunji George Gitonga. Njoroge Mere wa Maua. Bowen David Kangogo. Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba. Wago Naomi Jilo. Mwalio Joshua Mbivi. Odanga Godfrey Makoha. Oluoch Anthony.
Woe unto you, you who step and stumble on the graves and suffering of the people of Kenya. Ole wenyu nyinyi tangatanga.
Order, member for
Ole wenyu. Ole wenyu serikali ya Kenya kwanza. Na kwa niaba ya watu wa
Order. Member for Mathare, I will rule your vote invalid. Take your vote.
Aye. Anthony Tom Oluoch, mjumbe wa Mathare, ninasema la!
Order, members.
Gichuki Edwin Mugo. Kahungu Eric Mwangi. Tandaza Kasim Sawa. Nabulindo Peter.
Honorable Katana, Honorable Abdi, you are all out of order.
Mule Stephen Mutinda. Kingola Patrick Makau. Geoffrey Karioki Roko. Nebat Bernard Murioki. Zioka Erastus Kivasu.
Ingine haina sauti kama hii. On behalf of my great people of Boni constituency and the Kenyan hustlers, I say no.
Kailemia Elizabeth Karambu. Mohamed Fatuma Sinabu. Oh, sorry. Kipngor Ruben Kiborek. Barto Phyllis. Kimani Francis Kuria. Chimba Samsam Mohammed.
On behalf of the people of Mombasa County, on this punitive bill, I vote no.
Kirwa Abraham. Jaldesa Guyo.
Jaldesa no.
Bader Salim Faisal.
Order. Go back to Honorable Kirwa Kipsang.
Kirwa Abraham. Chesebe Fred Kapundi.
Retake Honorable Faisal.
James Onyango Koyo. Gichoi Gagushia. Salasa Peter.
Nataka kunitusi hapa ati nimepandisha mafuta. I vote no. Kenya mnione nimevote no.
Naika Johnson Manya. Naika Johnson.
Honorable Naika is in the house. Order, members.
Excuse.
Fuel tax from 8 to 16, Mumias West and the entire Wangaland. I say no. Endovile adage.
Order. We got your vote.
Nimesema no.
Machele Mohammed.
I vote no.
Musau Vincent Musioka. Musau Vincent Musioka.
Yes.
Shake Peter Mbogo. Maingi Mary. Muliungi Gideon Mutemi.
so that I do not take my people Mwingi to hell, I vote no.
Nzengu Paul Musimi.
Haya basi, kwa niaba ya watu wa Mwingi North napiga la.
Nguna Charles Ngusia. Pasaris Esther Mudoni.
There comes a time. There comes a time that the nation becomes more important than any one of us. For the dignity, peace, stability, and prosperity of the country of Kenya, I vote yes.
Order, members. Order. Order, members. Majority side, order. Majority side, order. Majority side, order. Member for Belgut, take your seat. Honorable from Keses, take your seat.
Kiara Jane Wanjiro.
Hatuwezi endelea kuchimba chimba ya madeni na piga ndio.
Shelule Lisa.
If you're not taking your vote, take your seat. Honorable Emave and Emase, take your seat.
Yes. Gikaria David. Arama Samuel. Mulanya Geoffrey Ekesa. Munge Cynthia. Kitur Bernard. Kitur Bernard. Tonkei Rebecca. Aramat Lemanken. Pareyo Agnes. Kitilai Olentutu. Tongoyo Gabriel. Tongoyo Gabriel. Wangwe Emmanuel.
Honorable Kiplagat, take your seat.
I vote no.
Gashagwa George.
I vote yes.
Owino Martin.
On behalf of the great constituency of Ndewa, I, Martin Peters Owino Woodchief, votes no.
GK George Masharia. Chepkon Charity Gadambi.
Hadi cheki walituachia shida kubwa nchi yetu. Kuokoa nchi yetu, napiga yes ya nguvu zaidi.
Guyo Wario. Abdul Rahim Daud. Nyamoko Josh Nyamachi. Owuor Joshua Aduma.
For the good of the great people of Nyakacha and Kisumu, I, Aduma J. Owuor, the Black Beauty of Kisumu, votes no.
Mohamed Ali. Mogina Jerosha Momanyi. Getawa Faith Wairimu. Odoyo Okelo Jared.
Jared Okello, in defense of abandoned hustlers, I vote no.
Janda Sahir. Manduku Daniel Ogwoka.
I vote yes.
Odege Tom Mboya.
On behalf of the poor workers of this country and the great people of Nyateke, I vote no.
Washira Rahab Mukami. Madenge Duncan. Mushira Michael.
I vote yes.
Kiaraho David. Wanaina Michael Wambogo. Kosing David.
I vote no.
Mupe Anthony Kenga. Gogo Lilian Achieng. Amolo Paul Otiende.
To increasing the cost of fuel and the cost of gas, and on behalf of the great people of Rarieda, I vote no.
Chebor Paul Kibet. Paul Abur. Paul Abur. Mwafrika Agustin. Francis Kajuang Tom Joseph. Kingara Simon. Karemba Eric. Lugova Sloya.
Yes.
Luyai Caleb.
I vote no.
Raso Dido. Lenguris Pauline. Lentoi Johnny Jackson. Letipla Dominic. Lesuda Josephine.
I vote no.
Nikal James.
On behalf of the people of Seme and for the people of Kenya, I vote no.
Ikana Frederick. Oduor Christine.
Okay. I, Christine Ombaka, woman rep for Siaya, and on behalf of Siaya people, the women, the men, the boys and the girls, people living with disability, and the vulnerable, I vote no.
Locha Kapong Peter. Kemei Justice, Koi John Waluke,
I vote yes, yes, yes.
Sigei Francis,
Sasa yangu na yako imekansel.
Idinja Shadrack Mwiti, Onyengo Silvanus, Kiplagat David,
I vote yes.
Maina Amos,
I, Mwago Amos Maina, a patriotic economist, I vote no.
Odhiambo Mili, Omondi Karoli, Gashobe Samuel, Mohamed Junet Sheikh,
Chair, I vote no, but I want to share with the House that in my constituency now, a restaurant has been opened called Wamushomba Restaurant.
Masara Peter, Masara Peter,
I, Peter Francis Masara, on behalf of the people of Suna West and the great people of Kenya, I vote no.
Mzigi Lydia Haika, Abdullahi Amina Dika, Bare Hussein Abdi,
Jukumu la kuwapatia maji na maendeleo yote kwa wananchi wa Kenya inahitaji watu kujitoa muhanga.
Take your
kwa
vote,
hivyo
honorable
nasema
member.
yes.
Bwire John Okano,
Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, kwa niaba ya bodaboda wa Taveta, mama soko na jamii pana ya Taveta, ninapinga mswada wa kuongeza tax kwa mafuta. Nasema no.
Kaunya, Otucho Mary, Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto, Murugara George, Duyo Susan Ngugi, Ng'ang'a Alice Wamboi,
Ndio tujenge nchi yetu tukufu ya Kenya, nasema ndio.
Kasait William Kamket, Aburi Lawrence Mboro, Mutunga John Kanyuithia, Kipbiwot Julius Meli, Shikati John Murumba, Shikati John Murumba, Siyoi Lilian Chebet,
Kwa niaba ya Wakenya ambao wanalipa taxes ya pesa zile ambazo ziliporwa, ninapiga ndio ili tuweze kujitegemea kama nchi.
Sitienei Janet Kemboi,
I vote yes.
Getit Cecilia. Emathe Joseph. Gikolong Nicholas. Gikolong Nicholas. Nabuin Paul. Namoit John.
On behalf of the great people of Turkana South, I vote no.
Nanok Daniel Epuyo. Gladys Bose. Ochieng David. Wandai James Opio.
Yeah, I vote no.
Nyamita Mark Ogola.
I vote yes.
Kagesi Kivai. Adagala Beatrice. Abdi Hamis. Chome.
I vote no.
Jeho Fatuma Abdi. Mohammed Aden Daudi. Sane Ibrahim Abdi. Sane Ibrahim Abdi. Ado Mohammed Aden. Farah Yusuf Mohammed. Sigei Francis.
Order members. We are at Webuye East.
Wanyonyi Martin Pepela. Sitati Daniel Wanyama. Mogaka Stephen. Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi. Mogaka Stephen.
Order members. Clerk, repeat for West Mugirango.
Mogaka Stephen.
Mogaka.
Yes. Na uziweke tatu hizo.
Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi. Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi.
On behalf of the people of Westlands and the people of Nairobi and the suffering Kenyans, I vote no.
Mwakuona Danson.
Mimi Danson Mwashako, mjumbe wa Undanyi, kwa niaba ya watu wangu na Wakenya wanaotaabika, napiga no.
Basil Robert Ngui.
Hi, Robert Basil, Member of Parliament for Yatta. On behalf of Yatta people and people who are suffering, I vote no to increment of petroleum.
Ali Abdisirat Khalif.
I vote yes.
Shege Sabina. Dina Joseph Hamisi. Harun Suleka Hulbali. Ikiara Dorothy. Iraya Joseph. Kosgei Jackson.
I vote yes.
Mayaka Irene. Mohamed Umulkher Harun. Mwangi Teresia Wanjiro.
I vote yes.
Ngongo John Bandi.
Yes, on behalf of the Suba community.
Order member. Say yes.
I have not voted.
Okay.
On behalf of the Suba community, both Suba North, whose MP is suspended, and Suba South, whose MP has disappeared and abandoned the constituents, I vote no.
Talib Abubakar Ahmed. Talib Abubakar Ahmed.
I vote yes.
Tongoyo Gabriel. Farah Maalim.
Are you hearing me?
Order members, let me explain. There are some members who are in the washroom. Honorable Farah, Honorable Tongoyo, and Honorable Wainaina from Udaya. The three will take their votes.
I vote yes. I vote yes.
Order members, Narok West, you have taken your vote. Honorable Farah has taken his vote. Honorable Wainaina.
Wainaina Michael.
Order members. Order members. We have the results on the division that clause 28 be part of the bill. A total of 272 members took their votes. The ayes 184, the nays 88. Therefore, the ayes have it. Order members, I order that the bar be drawn and the doors be opened. Yeah? I'll call what?
Just say we proceed.
Order members, we continue with the committee of the whole house.
Clause 29, clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32.
I propose that the following clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Aye. The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Mover. The Chair of Finance Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This clause 33, 33A is a cleanup. The proposed amendment is a cleanup of the tariff code. And then on 2, we are extending exemption status to taxable supplies that are used for construction of tourism facilities. And then part 3, again, last year we did an investment deduction for construction of hospital beds of 50. Now the bill was proposing to increase again from 50 to 100. No, from 100 back to 50. We are retaining it at 50. We are taking exempt the construction of plastic recycling plants. We are taking that. We are restoring the construction of plastic manufacturing plant into exemption status. And part 7, the most important, Honorable Speaker, is we are taking back items from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2, those items that were tax exempt to zero rated, and those include manufacturing of fertilizer, manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, manufacturing of human vaccines, and that's why you will see now deletion of 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 150, and for all these deletions are taking back these particular items from tax exempt back to zero rate, so that we can have cost of manufacturing fertilizer reduced, cost of manufacturing pharmaceuticals reduced, manufacturing of human vaccines, manufacturing of medicine, all back to zero rated. With that, I move on, Honorable Chair.
Order members. Member Honorable Mbadi. No, wait. I will propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Yes, Honorable Mbadi.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this amendment makes me very excited. I'm excited because I'm happy that the committee actually listened to me and listened to Azimio on this. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, we were being told that a lot of commodities are being exempted, but they were being removed from zero rating to exempt. I am happy that now raw materials for pharmaceuticals will now be zero rated, that is 147, pest control for 148, raw materials for pest control 148, pest control products 149, sugarcane transportation from farms to milling factories 150, fertilizers 151, raw materials for manufacture of fertilizer 152, liquefied petroleum gas 153, all tea sold for value addition. Now it will not just be tea, but it will be tea and coffee. I'm very excited that these amendments have been carried by the committee, and I support fully that now when we go to 34, we are going to zero rate them. I want to thank the committee for listening, particularly to me. When I was explaining zero rating and exempt, many of you listened and understood what I actually meant. This is going to make life the way it is if this is implemented. How I wish the same happened to the petroleum.
Members, we will keep this at 2 minutes maximum. I know there are other members that have amendments. Unless you're rising to withdraw your amendment, you will have your chance after we deal with the amendment by the chair. Member Honorable Amisi, Honorable Naisula, Honorable Basil, Honorable Atandi, Honorable Oluoch, Honorable Mbui, all of you will be heard at the point of your amendment. But for this one, we first deal and exhaust the amendment by the Chair, Finance Committee. So I would hope that the people who have shown interest are interested in speaking to the amendment by the Chair. So I will give member for Dagoretti. Are you speaking to this? No. Member for Mathare, what is out of order?
Madam Chair, there was a precedent set yesterday by your co-chair, that where there are other amendments, that you would allow the members who have proposed the amendments to ventilate theirs first, and then later we allow the chair to ventilate theirs, so that if these ones collapse, as they might or might not, then the chairs of the finance then comes last. And I can see the chair of finance is agreeing with me. Because, Madam Chair, once we carry these amendments, there might be no need to listen to the other members. So please guide us.
Other members, we will continue as we have stated, because even under the clause that we have voted, ordinarily there will be no debate. But we opened it and let members ventilate even when the amendments were not on the order paper. So on this one, we will continue with the amendment by the Finance Committee Chair. Some of the amendments thereof will be affected depending on how this goes, but we will give priority to this one as listed in the order paper. So I will give it to Honorable Member for Dagoretti North.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I also want to thank the committee and to thank the Chair. I know most of our people who looked at exempt versus zero rated, especially those who are running industries, were very, very worried. And today, on behalf of the women who have industries, I want to say thank you to the Chair. But also, Chair, even as we say that, we also need to look at, I don't want to talk about the issue of fuel. I think we have exhausted that, but I want us to look now at the excise duties and how we deal, and I keep on reminding Chair, Finance, we must deal with customs so that even as we deal with all these things, customs will help us also to see the betterment of what we are doing in this house, and our citizens will benefit from this. Thank you, Chair.
Member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the mover or the Chair of Budget and Finance, especially on the issue of transporting of agricultural produce like sugar, tea, coffee, and all this. This amendment will actually promote the farming, the activities of farmers across the country, and it will actually make farming to be, the profits will be higher, and therefore the business will go on well. I support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Atandi.
Chair, I also would like to support the amendments by the Chair of Finance Committee, especially those ones that are deleting VAT on corn products and basically cassava and foodstuffs. This is something that is very, very important for us, and our people are going to afford basic commodities. And I thank the Chair. Thank you.
Leader of Majority. Okay.
Thank you, sorry, Honorable Speaker. We were consulting with members here. Honorable Speaker, let me support this amendment. And it's true what the Honorable John Buddy says, that the Committee of Finance, even as we were thanking them during the second reading, took a lot of time to listen to Kenyans. And some of these proposals are what came out of the public participation exercise, Honorable Speaker. And it's sad that many of our media houses were trying to incite, not many, it's actually one media station I saw, trying to incite Kenyans that the public participation exercise was an exercise in futility. But it's testament from what members are saying here that the Finance Committee did listen to Kenyans and to their views, Honorable Speaker, and therefore I support, and this also buttresses the point that we are indeed intent on bringing down the cost of living. Zero rating farm inputs, zero rating fertilizer products, zero rating transportation of sugarcane from farms to their factories, Honorable Speaker. These are things that we trickle down to the farmer and consequently ensure that we are able to produce farm produce at a cheaper cost, and therefore the Kenyan people will enjoy, in the long run, will enjoy a lower cost of living. And that is what the people of Kenya have been asking for. And Honorable Chair, I must say, as I said before, that this was one of the bills that was most vilified. But I'm glad today in this debate, Honorable Speaker, members are truly telling the truth. What is good, they are calling it good. What they have a problem with, they are saying, I have a problem with this. And that is the way we should be engaging in the country, not vilifying and demonizing everything.
Let us cap this to a maximum of 2 minutes. Honorable Masara, as we...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want, for the first time, appreciate what the Chair of Finance, my friend, whom we were with in Park Committee for 5 years. Madam Chair, what they have done, they have appreciated the work of public participation. How I wish they could do this throughout in all the clauses, because the people are really crying. If you can hear their views and accommodate them in a clause and make the changes, it won't change your status in the society, but you'll be appreciated now and forever.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, on the issue of transportation of sugarcane, I come from where the sugarcane growing is a major area where it helps so many people. Were it not for the changes, it will have really affected farmers who are growing sugar. So thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
And I hope the remaining clauses, we are going to get similar response. Thank you.
I see there is concurrence on this clause. I'll give Honorable Geshimo, then the Chair Finance. We will close it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm equally excited, just like Honorable Buddy, because people of Geshogo who do a lot of coffee and tea will be saving a lot in terms of operational costs. So I support Chair, and I believe, I agree with the Leader of Majority that actually this committee did public participation. And that is why even Honorable Buddy's views found their way into this bill. I support, Chair.
Member, Chair, Finance Committee.
And I really welcome the good remarks by my colleagues. And I just wanted to inform this House that there were two fundamental changes that we made on this particular clause, and important that I realized I did not mention when I was moving, that introducing to exemption taxable food supplies for school feeding program be moved to exempt supplies. So this, we saw, I think it's Governor for Nairobi yesterday launching a very successful food feeding program. You've seen this school feeding program being done by the Honorable KJ at Dagoretti South constituency, and want to encourage, therefore, any business in this country that can invest in their CSR in our school feeding program. We have, by listening to members of the public, we have introduced a new clause that makes those food supplies exempt for the tax exempt. Lastly, we found a very interesting clause that was exempting transfer of businesses as a going concern from VAT. And the financial implication of this was 100 billion shillings we are losing. So by actually deleting that clause 7, making transfer of business as a going concern a vatable service, we are going to raise, through this particular amendment, 100 billion shillings. And that, I think, is one of the greatest successes we had because of our public participation with members of the public.
Member for Nyando, what is so burning?
Madam Speaker, out of presentations by Azimio One Kenya Coalition, appeals and lamentations that we expressed on behalf of the Kenyan people, the committee has ceded some ground. But again, certain times it becomes very difficult for us to know what is exempt and what is zero-rated, Honorable Speaker. Why we are pursuing the zero-rated angle is because somebody has the right to claim for vatable taxes on raw materials, Honorable Speaker. But when it is only exempt, then you can only claim VAT simply on the final product itself, Madam Speaker. So therefore, if it is exempt, at the end of the day, production costs become much higher, costs which are then transferred to the Kenyan people or the end user to shoulder, Madam Speaker. So that is why we have been pursuing this angle vigorously on behalf of the Kenyan people. Madam Speaker, was very disturbed when we were going to apply taxes on pharmaceuticals and medicaments, Honorable Speaker. There are people with conditions who use insulin, for example, on a daily basis, and making and putting more taxes on insulin was going to be unbearable on those who consume this product, and then, by the end of the day, shortening their lifespan on this earth, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I support this amendment, and I hope that we can reach consensus on most of these divisive clauses, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now put the question that Clause 33 be amended as proposed by the Finance Committee Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I will now call Honorable Amisi. This is dropped when the mover is not in the House. That amendment is dropped. Member, the amendment by Honorable Naisula will fall because the committee's amendment has been carried. The amendment by Honorable Basil is in the House. Move your amendment.
Chair, I stand to move the amendment on Clause 33A to be amended by deleting subparagraph 14. The country is struggling to raise taxes, particularly on high assets. So we need to reintroduce taxations on high assets like choppers, aeroplanes of high value, so that we raise more revenue for the government as opposed to taxing already overtaxed Kenyans. Thank you.
So as moved by Basile. Order, members, I will now propose the question that Clause 33 be amended as proposed by Honorable Basil. Other members, I will give you. We still maintain 2 minutes maximum. I will start with Honorable Naisula. Then I will go to Honorable Naisula. Honorable Atandi, take your seat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm rising to ask for your indulgence that later, if there's a member of parliament who has an amendment and it's similar to what the finance committee has, and it will be dropped, probably you give that member, because they took time to work on that amendment, to say something about it. And I know that we have passed it, but I just wanted to thank the Chair of Finance for the exemption on materials for tourism. Some of us come from counties that rely, zero rating, because we rely on tourism. We're just from COVID. Many counties and the country is trying to revamp its tourism, and we know that it is it is one of our, it earns us foreign exchange, and I really thank you for that. And I just wanted to comment on what the majority leader said, that there was a lot of misinformation. I think also it is the people from your side who were going to the same media houses and could not explain what is zero rating, what is exempt. So of course then the media and Kenyans take what is there. So I think in future it is important to get expertise, and sometimes you can borrow from us, like Mbadi. He can explain very well on those issues, and Kenyans will be convinced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Samburu West. Member for Kiharu, Chair Budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I rise to vehemently oppose the amendment by Honorable Basil. Honorable Speaker, when, many times when we read about helicopters and aircraft, we think we are dealing with the Bajois or the people who have them, or the owners. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chair, the reason actually for whatever was proposed by the committee is because currently Wilson Airport is one of the busiest hubs in terms of the airports in Africa. And Honorable Chair, aircrafts are not licensed basically for the domiciled country because they move from this country to the other. Now, what we have done in the past is that we have been able to shift all the jobs of servicing aircrafts and helicopters to other regions, Honorable Speaker, and especially our neighbors, to protect quality jobs of servicing helicopters and aircraft. Honorable Chair, I vehemently oppose that amendment.
Minority Leader.
Madam Chair, I want to support the proposed amendment by the Honorable Basil. And for the simple reason that really, we can't continue to be this insensitive. How come we are so quick to come in to offload the burden on those who have, as opposed to removing the burden on those who don't have? I know for sure, Madam Chair, that as we speak, people are competing in this house, and especially that side of the house. People are competing as to who will become the first dollar millionaire in this time of parliament. And a number of our colleagues here have actually ordered helicopters and other forms of aircraft. Madam Chair, this is a very serious matter. As you know, Madam Chair, I'm one of the few people who are privileged to have a lot of information. Madam Chair, I have got privileged information that a number of our colleagues here have actually placed orders for these choppers.
Thank you. Thank you, Minority Leader. Your time is up. Your time is up. Honorable Rahim.
Chair, I oppose this amendment. Chair, there is misinformation in this house because whatever is being waived is not for the rich people. It is for simulators, training purposes, and Madam Speaker, this thing is spare parts where our people will get jobs, and it's nothing to do with the rich who own helicopters. So let us not lie to the country and to the people, and let's be frank about what is being said. So I oppose.
Finally, Honorable Tiende.
Madam Chair, very briefly, I support this amendment.
It is not true that what's being waived is for training and such purposes. And you'd ask, Madam Chair, if it was in the interest of the people, why would we not encourage such things for motorcycles, for ships, for vehicles? Why choppers? It is because there's a private interest in this. There are those who have even a private hangar in Wilson, and they are the ones who want to benefit. This is unfriendly to the ordinary Kenyans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right. Member for Kimilili.
Madam Chair, I want to oppose these amendments by Honorable Basil because we want to bring back the aircraft maintenance at Wilson Airport so that the young people of this country can continue to benefit. Supporting these amendments would be tantamount to say that we want the Kenyans who are jobless to continue being jobless. We want to bring back the business of servicing and the repairing of planes back at Wilson Airport. I vehemently oppose these amendments.
Honorable Owen Baya.
Honorable Speaker, you know, there's a lot of misinformation on this, and it is very important we correct. We want to create jobs, high-end jobs, good engineers at Wilson. Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you this, that I oppose this amendment because today, the country called Dubai today is a big beneficiary of aircraft maintenance. And very many Kenyans and many other people from other parts of the world go there to do these jobs, and they earn a lot of money. We are not being fair to this country to oppose this amendment. This amendment will ensure we make quality jobs, we bring more aircrafts from other countries to come and be repaired in this country, and it also gives us an opportunity to open up even an airport in your constituency to repair aircrafts. We have a whole industry that we need to explore. Honorable, and I oppose that amendment. You are my friend, but on this one, you are wrong.
Order.
And
Honorable Emase.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I oppose the amendment. Chair, we've promised Kenyans jobs. This is one of the ways to create opportunities. As it stands now, we're losing these opportunities to other countries, our neighboring countries. So we must we must oppose this amendment so that for us to be able to create opportunities for our young people. Thank you.
Honorable Atandi.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, wait, keep quiet. Madam Chair, I have a lot of respect for my chairman, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, and also Honorable Owen Baya, but I want to disagree with them that you did not promise to give white-collar jobs. You wanted hustlers to get jobs. Secondly, I'm aware that my brother, Honorable Soro and Honorable Kimani Chungwa, your choppers are coming, and you want to avoid paying tax. You must pay tax. You must pay VAT on your choppers that you have already ordered. So the intention of this amendment, Madam Chair, is for Kenya Kwanza billionaires to own choppers. And this is something which we must refuse. We must refuse these people from not paying taxes. Yeah.
Order.
So we must support, I support this amendment, and we must adopt it.
What is out of order? Majority whip.
Honorable Chair, I am aware that Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, who has been mentioned by Honorable Atandi, of course got a chopper about 4 years ago. But for me, Honorable Chair, I am not, unless he's speaking of a different Osoro, I don't know whether there is a chopper, unless you paid it for me on my behalf or something. But
Order,
I pray.
order members. We will now hear member for Dagoretti South, then I will put the question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And the point I want to make, Madam Chair, is that this is not a topic that we should be splitting hairs on. The intention by the Honorable Robert Basil might be well-intentioned. However, the details that he has are extremely wrong. The intent of this proposal, Madam Chair, is to support a dwindling aviation industry. Aviation is two things. It is the vessels and it is the humans. In Kenya, we are suffering because we do not manufacture vessels. However, we manufacture pilots, we manufacture engineers, we manufacture technicians. However, our technicians are no longer getting jobs, Madam Speaker, because the jobs are going to neighboring countries where the terms are favorable, the conditions are favorable, the taxes on this particular issue are favorable. That is the first thing, Madam Speaker. Secondly, training, Madam Speaker. There are simulators. So what happens, Madam Speaker? Kenya ends up to be a training ground, Madam Speaker, ends up being a training ground for these people. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to vehemently oppose this amendment by my very...
Order members, order members, order members, order members, order members. I will now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by Honorable Basil. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Member Honorable Atandi, prosecute your amendment. Order members, Honorable Atandi's amendment falls.
Let me...
If Honorable Atandi.
Madam Chair, I was alerting you that my amendment and the one from Honorable Basil was similar, and that's the reason I wanted you to allow me to make a contribution on his amendment, and you are not listening to me. Thank you.
Honorable Atandi, when we were doing the ground rules, we said if you want to wish to speak to drop the amendment, you are allowed, and this is also okay. So we will now go to member for Mathare. No, member for Mathare, your amendment falls if the committee is carried. What is out of order, Honorable Tom?
Madam Chair, you remember that I had indicated that for point of neatness, because we had several amendments, I had anticipated this, that you allow all other members. Remember, this is one of the clauses the Speaker had directed, that members be allowed to debate notwithstanding. And because there was a precedent yesterday, I had beseeched you, Madam Speaker, that you allow the rest of us to move our amendments before you can get to the Chair of Finance. I have tried to intervene before Basil so that I can speak, fully aware that if his was shot down, then mine would also be shot down. But Madam Speaker, you are not seeing this. Madam Speaker, you should allow people to debate and to ventilate and to say the things they need to say. We are here to make law, not to run through as voting machines. So, Madam Chair, I would like to be allowed to prosecute my amendment, notwithstanding that of Basil. Allow me to prosecute.
I will allow some ventilation on this, but on what Honorable Tom Oluoch is talking about, the Speaker was clear that they will be listed here as amendments, but with clear way of how it goes. Like your amendment, Honorable Tom Oluoch, if the committee is taken and carried, yours automatically falls. You are not able to prosecute the amendment, but you can be able to ventilate on it. So I will give this chance to the majority leader. Majority leader, we will come to you. We will come this side.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to oppose that amendment. Honorable Speaker, you know, we lose a lot of truth when we view everything from the prism of our politics. Honorable Speaker, we also tend to distort a lot of information on what is actually in the bill. Honorable Speaker, for instance, on the VAT, purported VAT on choppers.
Majority leader, let us get some guidance.
Yes.
Because we have dispensed with Honorable Basil's amendment. Please speak to what Honorable Tom Oluoch has raised. What Honorable Tom Oluoch has raised is what is on the floor.
Yeah. Is it on the same thing of choppers?
Honorable Tom Oluoch, I'll give you the microphone. Please, but do not take us back, but retake it.
Okay, will you allow me to ventilate the point of order or my amendment?
Actually, I've already given the direction on your question. Because if your amendment has fallen, you cannot prosecute it. You cannot prosecute the same amendment that by operation of passing of the committee has taken and has gone through.
For going forward, Madam Chair, this is not...
Order members, order members, I would like to give Honorable Member for Dagoretti North. Hold on. Honorable Elachi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think for purposes of procedure, it is very important. When we have finished voting, we move on to the next. It is not right, in terms of procedure, that we go back and we've already voted. It is wrong, Madam Speaker. Let's move on to the next. The thing has passed.
Order members. Order members. Honorable Bandi, please take your seat. Order members, we have prosecuted all the amendments. By the fact that we have prosecuted the chair's amendment and it has gone through, others have fallen. We have prosecuted for Honorable Basil, it has fallen. And now we are going to take a vote on the global question on the amendment by the chair of the Finance Committee. Order members, I want to give direction. Please do not reopen the already prosecuted matters. Majority Leader, do not reopen the debate on Honorable Basil's debate or Honorable Basil's amendment, because we've already taken a vote on it. Honorable Mbadi, what is burning?
Let me just, Chair, we will be into this unless we get the procedure right. And Madam Chair, you need to help members. If members have similar amendments to the committee's amendments take priority.
Totally.
Members need to understand that. They have not understood that. That is why they are demanding that you allow them first. The moment we carry amendment of the committee, then all the amendments which are similar to the committee falls. And that is the way we should proceed, and there should be no any other argument about it, so that we will go forward.
Order members, I now put the question. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. As amended by the Chair Finance. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
There's an amendment. I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Mover, Chair Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I move that clause 34 be amended as per the supplementary order paper. And I have an additional amendment to that, Honorable Chair, that also clause 34 be further amended in subparagraph 10 by inserting the following new item immediately after item 30, and that is now will be 34A, the supply of electric bicycles. So, Honorable Chair, again, this particular clause is speaking to taking items from exempt to zero rate. And not just that, last year we passed an amendment here in the last finance bill that provided zero rating of exportation of taxable services, but added another word saying export of taxable services for business process services. As a result of just that, including that business processing, BPOs, it meant that particular clause has not been possible to implement, and therefore this amendment is deleting that business process operation so that we are zero rating exportation of taxable services. We have a rule in this country that all goods made for export are zero rated, and therefore we're giving the similar treatment to export of services so that they are also zero rated. Secondly, we are looking at something on green energy. And by us incentivizing our manufacturers to go green, we are proposing that supply of lithium-ion batteries that are going to be used on electronic motor vehicles and electronic motorcycles to be zero rated. The supply of electric buses be zero rated. And this is very crucial, that input of raw materials or imported for the manufacture of animal feeds also be zero rated, and this is therefore going to bring down the cost of animal feeds. In addition, liquefied petroleum gas, again, this is another clause that has been taken to exempt. We are now taking back to zero rate. Lastly, bioethanol vapor stoves, we are taking them to zero rated. And this, Honorable Chair, we were able to have a demonstration to us during public participation of Kenyans who have provided technology that is allowing use of bioethanol fuel that is going to reduce the cost of cooking to 10 shillings per meal. And those stoves are going to be available to the market, and here they are even available to the market at only 1,520. These are some of the measures the committee took in place to make sure that we carry on our tax incentives to going green and perhaps mitigating the impact the increase on VAT might have on the cost of fuel in this particular country. And that, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Chair Finance. No, not Chair Finance, sorry. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to support those amendments by the committee. Honorable Speaker, as the Chair has said, it's not just the bioethanol fuel that you make the cost of living more affordable for Kenyans in terms of cooking, but also the reduction of VAT on cooking gas, or rather the removal of on LPG gas. Honorable Speaker, it is also true that when you zero rate batteries, electric vehicles, and electric motorcycles, Honorable Speaker, we reduce the numbers of motorcycles that are using the fossil fuel. The fuel that we are all complaining about is getting expensive, and that reduction in demand, either from our border riders or other courier service providers who use motorcycles, encouraging even the use of more green energy with the electric motorcycles, electric buses, electric motor cars, Honorable Speaker, will not only safeguard our environment in this era of climate change, Honorable Speaker, but also assure us that we will reduce our demand on fuel, save on our foreign exchange reserves, and consequently bring down the cost of living for millions. The hustlers who are here who are being told they have been abandoned, we are now telling them it is time to move from the fossil fuel powered engines to the electric powered motorcycles that will make more money available to you in your pockets. Finally, Honorable Speaker, and that's why I say, if we look at everything from the prism of politics, Honorable Speaker, we get it wrong and we misinform Kenyans. Even on issues that we have canvassed here on helicopters, VAT on helicopters is still payable. It is there. What is being removed is VAT on spare parts to helicopters. And that is what is guaranteeing not just the hangars in Wilson.
Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the move to move certain products from excess tax or to zero rating, from tax exempt to zero rating, is a good move, Honorable Chair, because it makes the commodities more cheaper than they are. And I think this is the way to go, and more so when we target the hustlers. But Madam Chair, it only becomes tricky when you do the same, but for commodities and goods that target the rich. So for me, so long as the goods be targeted for the ones which are mostly used by the people at the low section of the pyramid, I do support. Thank you.
Order members. Order members. I will give Dr. Mutunga 2 minutes maximum.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
from duty exemption to zero rating, Honorable Chair, makes things cheaper. It also creates the possibility for us to diversify. And this introduction of electric vehicles and electric motorbikes gives us an opportunity to move away from the fossil fuel, which has been running the motorbikes as we have right now. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I believe this is the best way to go, and Kenya is diversifying and growing the rest of the world. So it's a response in the right direction. So it is really important for us to consider it in that manner. Thank you.
Honorable Mbadi, 1 minute, then I'll give the chair and put the question.
Chair, I want to agree that this zero rating is good, and that is what we were talking about, because we are removing the commodities from zero rating. But then, Chair, allow me to ask the chair of the committee, because he has sanitized and brought back all the commodities that were being removed from zero rating to exempt, except, and a very important one he has left out, that is maize flour or corn flour, cassava flour, wheat. So I would want to know what is the rationale of leaving this out of many, many others that we complained about. It's only that one, and that one is very critical. So could I get to hear, Madam Chair, with your permission, could the chair of the committee explain to us why he left out the maize flour, cassava flour, and wheat flour?
Honorable Chair, 1 minute. Summarize and I'll put the question.
I will be very brief. Thank you very much, CP Bandi, for that question. The issue of maize flour. If you check the VAT Act, it appears on the first schedule as exempt. That is, you check on page 35-108. It appears again on the second schedule for zero rate, in fact, another 2 times. Clause 20 and again 22. So what you've done is deleting where it is appearing as exempt, and where it is appearing twice on clause both 20 and 22, deleting 22, so that you only have one clause that puts now supply of maize flour, cassava flour, and wheat flour as zero rated. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now put the question that clause 34 as amended by, I now put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Oluoch had an amendment because the committee's amendment is dropped. Honorable Kaluma had an amendment, but he's not in the House, so it is dropped. I now put the global question that clause 34, as amended by the Chair Finance Committee, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses, new clause 29A.
Chair, mover to move the amendment, to move the new clause, second reading.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that we introduce a new clause 29A as per the order paper. So okay, let me try again. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that we introduce a new clause 29A as per the order paper.
I propose the question that the new clause 29A be now read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I have a point of order and I need to be reset.
I put the question that the new clause 29A be now read a second time, as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 29A be part of the bill. I will give 2 people. Is that the mood of the House? I put the question that the new clause 29A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 30A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that a new clause 30A be introduced to the bill as per the order paper. And just a quick explanation that this amendment is to deal with the challenges of bad debts and VAT refunds.
Mover, you need to move that the clause be read a second time.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 30A be read a second time as per on the order paper. And just a brief explanation, we have a tax that we cannot collect around 390 billion. Some of them are bad debts and VAT on funds. And this particular clause is supposed to do a cleanup and make sure that those bad debts are not collectible, because those companies have gone into statutory management, actually written off. Thank you.
I propose the question that the new clause 30A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 30A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 30A be part of the bill. I put the question that new clause 30A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Tax Appeals Tribunal Act, clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 36 be deleted as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this was one of the very much debated cases from public participation. This was where there was a requirement for members to deposit, for taxpayers to deposit 20%. So this has been deleted by the committee. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Order members, I propose the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. I now put the question. Order members. Order members. Other members, I know there are some members who had proposed amendments, but we cannot all speak to this matter. Honorable Oluoch, Honorable Makali, Honorable Oundo, Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Mbui, and Honorable Didmas. So I will give Honorable Oluoch and Honorable Didmas, and then I will put the question.
Madam Chair, I actually want to thank the Chair of Finance and support the clause be deleted. This clause, if it would have remained the way it is, it would have been punitive. Madam Chair, this would go against rules of natural justice, where all that KRA would need to do is to claim a certain amount of tax, which would be arbitrary. And one of the rules of natural justice is to prevent public authority or agency from arbitrariness. So, Madam Chair, I rise to support this proposed amendment by the committee chair and say that we are now, so I can see the chair is nodding in agreement. and allow us to contribute.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Didmas.
Madam Chair, I just want to support the position by the Chair Finance, and I want to congratulate him and ask honorable members, those who may have other amendments also on other areas, to read the mood of the House and even drop them. So I support these amendments by the honorable Chair.
Honorable Oundo, 1 minute.
Honestly speaking, even whoever drafted this amendment must be somebody who does not live in this country. It offends Article 48 of the Constitution of Kenya, and that's why, among others, we had proposed that amendment, and it's good the committee has carried the amendment. At least for once, I can thank them for a job well done. Thank you.
Honorable Makali, 1 minute. Those who had amendments.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I also want to join my colleagues in thanking the Chair of Finance and Planning Committee for listening to the voice of reason. He listened to the voice of reason, Honorable Chair. It is important that this thing is deleted, and that's why I was proposing we delete it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I see the members who had amendments have gotten a chance to speak, so I will now put the question that clause 36 be deleted as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, and this one. It's been deleted, yes. All right.
The Excise Duty Act, clauses 37, 38, and 39.
I propose the question that clauses 37, 38, and 39 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 37, 38, and 39 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I propose that clause 40 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this is where there was proposed punishment and fines for when you deal with excise stamps. So what you've done, we've cleaned it up to only allow that those offenses relating to accessible stamps, that only those that will attract criminal liability is when those people actually have a criminal mind. Something my legal friends told me, it's called mens rea. So that in the normal dealing of excise stamps, if you just destroy it unknowingly without having a criminal mind, then you're not going to get any offenses. With that, I thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. I now put the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 40 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 41 and 42.
No amendment. I propose the question that clauses 41 and 42 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 41 and 42 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
I propose the question that clause 43 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable. We are on clause 43, right? Honorable Chair, clause 43 has an array of amendments. So first of all, I move that clause 43 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chairperson, this is dealing with the excise. These are amendments into the Excise Duty Act, where we are proposing a number of things. For example, imposition of excise duty on imported pasta, and and deleting the proposed imposition of excise duty on locally manufactured sugar confectionaries. We are also proposing a deletion of excise duty that is charged on electric motorcycles and electric motor vehicles. Again, this is in line with what you're going about going green. This is also proposing to increase excise duty on imported glass bottles from 25% to 35%. This is to protect the local manufacturing of plastic bottles. We're proposing an increase in imported duty of alkyd from 10% to 20%. We are proposing an increase in excise duty on unsaturated polyester from 10 to 20, on emulsion VAM from 10 to 20. Again, all those things are related to paint. So what we're doing, we are incentivizing where we were able to establish that we have capacity to produce and to manufacture our own goods. Then we incentivize our local manufacturers by making importation of what is made locally more expensive. And again, the same amendment has a proposed excise duty of 10% on imported fish. So this is to make sure that we actually get to harness the economy. We have also exempted locally manufactured sugar. We have also deleted the clause that was introducing excess duty on human hair. Because, Honorable Chair, although and this was one of the beautiful stories we got from public participation, because we have had many, especially women, who have suffered from cancer. And you know what cancer does when you go for that chemotherapy, they lose their hair. So you might find them wearing a wig and thinking they are wearing a wig because it's a luxury, but it's actually because of medical conditions. So we have removed that excess duty on human hair. And of course, lastly, Honorable Chair, this is also the excess duty that was proposed on gaming at 20%. We have proposed a reduction of that from 20% to 12.5%. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Members, I note that this clause has so many amendments, but as directed, once we carry the chair's amendment, there will be consequences to it. So I then propose the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by the chair. Like I said, I recognize that this clause has a number of amendments. And I have directed that if the chair's amendments go through, then there are a number of amendments, for example, the ones by the Honorable Lodge, the Honorable Kelo, the Honorable Didymus, which is being dropped, will then fall in limine. But I'll allow you a minute each on those who are amendments on this, a minute each, then we dispense. The Honorable Lodge, 1 minute each.
Thank you, Chair. And again, on this one, I want to thank the Chair of Finance for moving this amendment. This particular levy or duty would have affected young people, especially hustlers, people in our informal settlements who hack a living out of beauty and the industry, for example, people who own salons. And therefore, this is a big plus for the people of Kenya, for bipartisanship, and the people who came during public participation and demanded that they be not taxed for people at the bracket that this government said they would support. Therefore, I thank the chair and I support.
Okay. Honorable Kelo, 1 minute. Chair, whereas I acknowledge that the import of this amendment, as proposed by the chair, was to curtail issues of importation of fish into the country, Honorable Chair, the statistics that we have indicates that the consumption of fish in this country is at 400 metric tons in a year, whereas we can only produce locally 163 metric tons, thereby leaving a huge gap that can only be covered by way of importation of fish, Honorable Speaker. It is true that those who also import fish into the country pay taxes amounting to 1.5 billion every year, and they also have employees that they have engaged to undertake various activities within those industries, Honorable Speaker. And again, Honorable Speaker, we have never had a glut of fish by saying that we have more into the country that will expose us to to lots of problems, Honorable Speaker. We have scarcity in the country because even the importation of fish into the country is just...
Thank you. The Honorable Batandi, if he's in the house. The Honorable Mbui. The Honorable Mbui. The Honorable Didmas Baraza.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I had proposed actually amendments to increase the duty on human hair by 10%, and in the same breath that the Chair has explained as the reason why we should actually zero rate these products so that our very many men, young ladies and women can continue to use them and also do their business. I wish to drop these amendments that I don't wish to further proceed with them. I'm dropping them, and I support the position taken by the Chair, Finance. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mwenje, 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to also thank the committee for, especially on the excise duty on gaming tax, which was at 20%, I think has been reduced to 12.5%. We had hoped for more, but Honorable Chair, it's important that we protect the betting industry to ensure it doesn't go to the black market, and that way we'll start even losing more money that should be going to our government. So we want to thank the Chair, and for that I support.
Thank you. Honorable Mbadi, 1 minute, please. And this is the last one on this.
I actually just wanted to talk on the imported fish. Mr. Chair, even though this amendment is making it better than what was in the original bill, it is 10% as opposed to 20, and 100,000. But, Mr. Chair, I would have loved, I wish we could have an amendment where we remove this duty completely.
Okay.
We want to eat fish. As people who eat fish, we lack, the fish in this country is very expensive. The problem we have of fishermen is not the market where we take our fish. The market is there. There is no fish in this country. As we give capacity to local fishermen or local farming of fish, we should still allow fish to be brought to the country cheaply. You are going to kill our people. Our people love fish. We need to eat fish.
Thank you. So, okay, the Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, you know there is also a misnomer that is only those along the coastline and around the lakes that have fish. But Honorable Speaker, it is true, fish is expensive in this country. And so are all other meats, Honorable Speaker. But the solution is to encourage farming of fish. We need to encourage our own people to grow fish. And this levy is only speaking to that encouragement so that we dissuade people from importing fish from China. Today, Honorable Speaker, fish is expensive, but it is expensive fish that is being imported. We are getting salmon, I hear, from Sweden and Norway. Why can't we grow our own salmon from here? Tilapia and some other species, I can't remember the name, I'm told, that are coming from Makarela or something, that are coming from China, Honorable Speaker. We need to encourage even farmers in Kikuyu. I know farmers in Kikuyu in Ondire who are growing fish and selling in the market in Nairobi. The solution, Honorable Speaker, is not to say that we don't punish those who are importing by levying a levy on them. The solution is to encourage local production. That is how we'll save on our foreign exchange reserves.
Thank you. Just give him money.
The importation of fish, especially if you come from a fishing zone along the coastline, along Lake Victoria, you should be encouraging our fishermen to be able to grow more fish and encourage the Ministry of Fisheries, Honorable Speaker, to be able to train our farmers, our fishermen, on how to protect the stock we have around the lake. And I am really shocked that we could have...
No, the last person who will have the last bite on the fish is Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, this 10% on fish is going to cause a lot of scarcity of fish, Mr. Chair. Chair, you don't start by creating scarcity. You start by developing it first, then you go to scarcity. For example, You know why we don't have enough fish in this country is because there is a deliberate application of policy by regimes, by governments since independence to put money where there is fish. And instead of putting money in Lake Victoria where there is fish or in the Indian Ocean, people are being told to put dams and small ponds in their homes which cannot produce any fish. If we put enough resources in the lake region, I can guarantee you, Mr. Chair, there will be a lot of fish in this country. So, Mr. Chair, and the other thing I'm happy about this amendment is that the level of desperation for taxation in this finance bill is too much. They were trying to tax even fake beards, nails. Who wants fake beards in Kenya? Who's interested? Who is this man in this parliament who was interested in fake beards, Chair?
Okay.
So the level of desperation...
Thank you, Honorable Jeanette. Thank you. I want to put the question. I think we've had enough debate on this. I want to put the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the Finance Committee. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Sunkuya had amendment on this too.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to beg to move for an amendment. As it appears in the order paper, my amendment is to seek provide for 10% excess duty on imported soap, detergents, and sulfonic acid. There has been an increase in importation of soap, detergent, and sulfonic acid in Kenya. Has sufficient local capacity to produce these products. The amendment therefore seek to protect our local manufacturers and address cheap import on soap and related products. I beg to move.
43 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Sunkuya. I put the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Sunkuya. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Chairman Buleko. Having cleared that, the amendment by the chairman of the Economic Committee went with the amendment given by the chairperson of Finance Committee, so it won't be pursued. Members are therefore proceed to put the question that clause 43 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. What's the next clause?
New clauses. New clause 40A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that a new clause be introduced and be read a second time as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is where we are requiring that excise duty on alcoholic drinks be made as they pass from the stockroom. And this, Honorable Chair, is meant to get rid of the menace of the illicit brews that have exhibited in our markets by making sure that the only brews that are there in the market are those that are actually illicit. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose that new clause 40A be part of the bill. Be now read a second time. I now put the question that new clause 40A be now read a second time. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Chair, I propose that the question that the new clause 40A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 40A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 43A.
Chair.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 43A be introduced, be read a second time as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is where we are exempting from payment of excess duty manufacture of mobile phones manufactured in this particular country. One of the great, again, benefits we found from the public participation is that Kenya has the capacity to manufacture our own mobile phones. So we are zero rating all the raw materials and assembly parts that are going to be used for the manufacture of mobile phones, and now removing excess duty on the sale of those mobile phones. I mean, and we're hoping that by doing this, Kenya is going to be the first country in Africa to manufacture their own mobile phones, and are going to be able to export this to the rest of Africa. And with that, I beg to move on, Honorable Chair.
I propose that the question that new clause 43A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 43A be now read a second time. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? I propose the question that the ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 43A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 43A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The Tax Procedures Act, clauses 44, 45, and 46.
Move on. So how many, which clauses are these? The question that clauses 44, 45, and 46 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 44, 45, 46 part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
I propose the question that clause 47 is part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move that clause 47 be amended as per the order paper. So what you're doing here, Honorable Chair, is when is exempting from what you call electronic tax invoices, tickets for air tickets. So what means when you book a flight today, you might book a flight today for December. And therefore, if we issue you with that tax receipt now, and then in December you decide to either change your flight or the fees changes, then it makes that administration of that particular tax impossible. So this is to exempt airline passenger ticketing from the requirement of issuance of electronic tax invoices.
I propose the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the Finance Committee. I put the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chairman of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 47 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I propose the question that clause 48 part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 48 be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 49.
I propose the question that clause 49 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 49 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is just a renumbering of those provisions, so it's just a cleanup. I
propose the question that the clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 49 be amended as amended part of the bill. Will as many as are that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
I propose the question that clause 50 part of the bill. I put the question that clause 50 part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I propose the question that clause 51 part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 51 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is where we are extending the amnesty for those people that perhaps you registered a company 5 years ago, you registered for VAT, you do not know whether you registered or not, and therefore you accumulate penalties and interest. So this particular amnesty, now, if you apply now to the Commissioner General, will be able to get amnesty for those particular penalties and interests that are may accumulated, as long as, again, you pay the principal amount. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose a question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Chair. This amnesty that you're bringing, has it got a time limit, or is it something that now once we start it, it will continue? What is the time limit in it?
Honorable Bombadi has the answer for you. 1 second.
Yeah, it is conditioned to June 2024 from the way I see it. My only concern with this, Honorable Chair, is we may be setting a bad precedent that any time a new regime comes into place, we'll be giving tax amnesty to people who refuse to pay taxes. And Mr. Chairman, as I allow it, but I'm really, really disturbed that this is something that may set a very bad precedent going forward.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 51 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
This one, you said I propose a question. That's okay.
I propose a question that clause 52 be deleted. Mover.
Honorable Chair, clause 52, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 52 be amended as per the order paper. Again, Honorable Chair, this was where, this clause 52 was giving the Commissioner General of Kenya Revenue Authority power to how do you call it, to take over, I say to take over your property if there is a tax dispute on you. So this deletion, therefore, deletes now the proposal for registration of security for unpaid taxes without the notice of the taxpayer. So now they have to notify the taxpayer that they are touching your property for your unpaid taxes. With that, I beg to move on, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 52 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 52 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of the opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay?